Late, 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 late. How about you Americans focus on stuff that's late, that's of actual import, like your SNAP payments, your federal worker pay stubs, you know, any kind of affordable healthcare system. You're focused on the wrong things, guys. Holy shit, you made me jump. Me, when the streamer who said his stream start time at 11 a.m. starts at 11 a.m. Yo, Snap should fund Voss stream. I agree. Ever since the USAID cuts, I've been lacking on the federal funding. I need some way, you know, I need some way to make up for that lost revenue stream. Voss should fund Snapstream with all his coat money. I have one coat. I bought one coat from Suit Supply. That's like the cheapest place you can buy a wool coat, okay? Well, not the cheapest, but, you know. I don't even wear it that often. SoftBank is selling all their Nvidia stock. The AI bubble is popping. Well, SoftBank is selling around $6 billion of stock, but in fairness, that's only a tiny percentage of, that's a fraction of a percentage of the total valuation of Nvidia. So it might be the first drops in a rainstorm. We'll see. We'll see. You have no sweater today, just a shirt? I have not worn a sweater one time on stream. How cold do you think it is in my room? A sweater? I did get a wool sweater recently. Well, I got two sweaters. One of them is half cotton, half alpaca. You wore that red sweater? That's a sweatshirt. You know, that's not a proper sweater. Nice, Lane the Goose. Oh, where am I getting these hiccups from? What about that American flag sweater? I'm gonna be real with you. I have not found a use for that yet. I've not found a use for that yet. I'm gonna hold on to it, okay? I got it in a men's medium. A medium sweater on me is like, depending on the brand, it's like a nice flush fit, you know? I think that's a good layering option. But it is a cotton sweater, you know? It's a little bit, it's not very warm. Some Iranian brickwork to start off the stream. Yeah. We get it. We get it. Praise Allah. So on and so forth. That sounds like semantics to me. The difference between a sweater and a sweatshirt is minimal. I disagree with that. You know, I disagree with that. Even if we're not to speak of the difference in like material or whatever, a sweatshirt basically is just a thick t-shirt. Like, you know, you can fleece the inside, but it's basically like a thick, oversized t-shirt, right? But a sweater, like a sweater is this like big, or at least can be this big voluminous like shaggy wool thing. You know what I mean? I use them interchangeably. Look, I don't know where exactly the line is. I don't know where exactly it is. All I know is that there is a line. How do you build TS? You can just say this shit, okay? TS should be reserved for type shit. I'm sorry, I don't make the rules. Oh, nice Chaotic Commander. Yeah, keep an eye out for that vintage Eddie Bauer stuff if you're ever out thrifting. Great for hiking, great for the fall. Get yourself a vintage Skyliner. Can we introduce what the shit? What the scallop? Who's Eddie Bauer? He's an outdoorsman and designer who ended up starting a line of what would later become very, very famous outdoor wear. Also, basically the pioneer of the down jacket here in America. You've seen his stuff before. Everyone has. He was basically the first guy to make a jacket that looks like this. Back in the 1930s, I think. This was back when, in the day, when you wanted to, like, dress up warm and go hiking, you had to put on this big, like, wool overcoat. You know what I mean? Like, you were limited to, like, a pretty old range of fabrics. And he was like, what if instead we did little pockets and we stuffed them full of, like down, you know? Um, and it was super fucking warm. Back to Eddie Bauer's A Store, Not a Person. Yeah, where do you think the store got its name from? That's not 30s? Wasn't Eddie Bauer? Wait, was Eddie Bauer not named after the guy? Yeah, Eddie Bauer, American businessman. Yeah, okay, Jesus Christ. You people had me doubting it. He founded the Eddie Bauer Company in 1920 in Seattle. You people need to shut the fuck up. Here we go. Holy shit, that was blending into the leg of the pan for a second. I didn't realize what I was looking at a big fucking kahuna right there. Yeah, the Eddie Bauer Skyliner. It's classic. He was basically like the American front for the modernization of cold weather outdoorsman gear. Because before then, if it was cold outside, you needed to wear like 10 pounds of wool, basically. You wear wool in the cold because wool stays warm even when it gets wet, which is important if you're hiking or if it rains. Waxed cotton maybe as an exterior. Synthetic fabrics hadn't really been, like, not much work had been done on them yet. They were relatively new, so did you see Destiny and Muhammad hijab debate? Okay, can I be Islamophobic for a second? Muhammad hijab, is that like a chosen name or is that your God-given name? Yeah, that's like yeah, I debated Jesus Cross. What do you yeah, what do you mean? I know like Mexicans have guys named Jesus. Their last names probably aren't Cross. I don't yeah, fucking J.K. Rowling name. We have one Muslim student over here at Hogwarts. Muhammad Jihad. No, wait, fucking Muhammad Hijab. Sorry. Not that they're that far apart, phonetically. Jesus Christ. Hold on. Can we aura farm for a sec? Look at that shit, man. Can you imagine how much of a game breaker this would have been? Um how much of a game changer this would have been back in the day? The introduction of synthetics. I'm very pro synthetics for outdoor gear, by the way. If you are doing any kind of outdoorsman stuff or hiking or whatever, that is literally what synthetics were made for. Okay, absolutely. Like I don't like it on formal gear or like general fashion stuff. But if you're out there hiking, yeah, wear some fucking acrylic or whatever, man. It's like the only genuinely waterproof stuff you can get outside of like wax cotton or something. I mean, it's not. Whew. I don't know, synthetic fiber smells bad and feels bad on my skin. Listen, it depends, okay? It depends. They can be pretty fashionable too. Wrapping yourself in tin foil. Well, tin foil would not, in fact, be synthetic. Tin is a naturally occurring um, material. You can dig that out of the ground. Very pretty. Cruz means cross, and Cruz is the last name, so Jesus Cruz is a valid name. Fuck, I think you're right. Jesus de la Cruz. That's like an actual. That's fucked up. I guess I don't really think about that. Am I a bad person? Me, when person has over the top name religious iconography, parentheses, Catholic. That's fine. Me, when same but Muslim. Wow. Way to stereotype, bucko. Yeah, I guess I'm a bad person. What are the benefits of a leather jacket other than that it looks cool? Pretty much just that. Also, they're like indestructible, basically. That's why motorcyclists wear them. But yeah, pretty much just that they look cool. You're definitely not getting a leather jacket for like the utility, you know? Is your M65 surplus or a clone? It's surplus. Though I've gifted it to my beautiful partner. It's a little bit too short in the sleeves for me. A little more good architecture? Yeah, why not? It's not like we're not wasting time anyway. Ooh. Aren't leather jackets mostly rain resistant? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Rain's not going to get through a leather jacket, sure. But, I mean, there are much easier ways to get to that. Leather does block wind too. Okay, it's the most expensive possible way to get that possible. In my vintage menswear outdoorsman gear when I know it's going to rain, spending $4,000 on like a leather overcoat. I mean, you can do it. They're out there. Um, that would be fucking expensive. Sheesh. Ah, it's really pretty. Yeah, leather's also incredibly heavy. Yeah. Go synthetic, but wear wool socks. Isn't the tech wool and acrylic socks? You want wool for the warmth in case your feet get wet, but acrylic to give it a little bit of stability, a little bit of like shape retention, 100%, yeah. Yeah, durability. But wool is itchy. It's really not, man. Look, listen, sometimes it depends on how it's woven. Wool is just like cotton. It's another fabric, You weave yarn, depending on how tightly you weave the yarn, whether you brush the fibers beforehand, you know. Um, do not weave socks. Oh, okay, no, depending on how you make yarns of the fibers. You like tanker jacket? Yeah, yeah, tanker jackets are dope. Really, Slaughter Anime official? I showed my mom your latest vid about the social experiment with the lady calls churches. She was horrified. Them mega churches, man. Them mega churches. You ever seen that amazing blue city in Morocco? I've always wanted to go to Morocco, and not just because Cass Atlantic is there, but also because it just looks really fucking pretty. That's my attack. I'm blue now. They made a whole dang city blue. Why? Who knows? Stuff like this really makes me reflect on the toxic individualism of America specifically, and I guess the West broadly, where there are so many beautiful places that we don't get to have because every retard with a deed gets to make their house look like dog shit because everyone wants to be everyone like people will renovate their houses to follow trends they see on TikTok, and you get this like jumbled mess of a city that has no cohesion, history, or culture, like, doesn't everyone like the fact that if you go to Spain or Greece or whatever, all the houses are white and they have like the red clay tile roofs? Not all, but a lot of them. Isn't that part of the charm? Don't we like that? Isn't that good? Would it really improve Greece that much for the people living there if the beautiful, like, world famous villages that they get to look back on when they go to the beach, it's like, oh, okay, well, now we get to, like, I don't know, fucking change the way our houses look. I made mine look shitty, but at least I feel free now. And then you go and look at the city from the waterscape and it looks like shit. I don't know. That's also the SF NIMBY argument, though. Yeah, but San Francisco looks like shit, so they don't get to say that. This is in the Netherlands. Yeah, it's cohesive. I like that. Though you do often see this level of cohesion in beachfront properties in America as well, because they're all built at once, and they often have like strict rules or HOAs. So you'll often, like, for example, there are some stretches in along like the Pacific coast in California. What's that? I stopped there when I was doing a drive about the other day, like a couple months ago. What's that town south of Los Angeles? It's in between San Diego and Los Angeles, and it's very wealthy. A lot of classic cars there. Very hilly. It's like San something. Of course it is. It's the Southwest. No, it's not Monterey. Santa Barbara? No, is it? San Clemente? That sounds a little bit more like it. Let me just go on maps. If I just zoom in between like Long Beach and San Diego, I'll probably find, let's see, Del Mar, Solana Beach, Terramar, Carlsbad, Oceanside. Is it San Clemente? I think, yeah, I'm thinking of San Clemente. Okay, whoever said San Clemente or whatever people said San Clemente, you were correct. Um, they have a lot of really pretty houses here, in like a very Southwest California style that I like. I'm cool with that shit, man. If you just get like a little bit of style cohesion, super rich neighborhood, by the way. So like they're all evil, you know how it is. But I do like the cohesion, even if I hate the alienated like neighborhoods. Do you think you'd like some form of HOA? No, no, HOAs fucking suck. I just think that cities should have, in addition, like cities should upzone, but they should also have strict regulations on design. You know? That's all. Like for me personally, I don't think houses should get to look like this here, in my opinion, you know? If you want to live in fucking San Clemente or whatever, I think your house should look like it was built by Spanish missionaries 112 years ago. Having a hard time finding. Yeah, see, like I don't whatever. Vosh, we need less building restrictions to make more affordable housing. Also, Vosh, we need to heavily restrict new buildings to look the same because I think it's pretty. You don't actually think there's a contradiction there, right? The things, the barriers to new housing construction have nothing to do with aesthetic requirements. They're all like stupid fucking zoning and land review and like environmental critiques and stuff like that. They have nothing to do with the aesthetics, you know? We can build beautiful things here in the West. We just have to put a little bit of time and effort and energy into it, you know? What's preventing people from just chopping down wood, building their own homes? Building a home is actually like really hard, it turns out. There's like a lot of shit that goes into it. If you want your house to still be functional in a decade, it's actually pretty tough. Yeah, that's cute. Now, there was that one woman on Pod Save America who didn't want a housing complex to clash with the North Hollywood neighborhood. But the North Hollywood neighborhood is already dog shit. And the North Hollywood neighborhood that we looked at already isn't full of like nice development. Like she's just lying is the thing, you know? But you can go to North Hollywood, man. It's not like everything up there is being built in a traditional fucking Southwest style. Good Lord, look how big Los Angeles is. I can never get over this, man. You're looking at the state from such a distance that it's, oh yeah, here's the border to Mexico, right? You know, oh, looking around, wow, this is like a million miles. And then you see LA and it takes up the whole screen. Jesus Christ. Yeah, there should be 100 million people living here if the Colorado could provide that much water. God, it's so ugly. It's so ugly. San Diego is a lot prettier. There we go. This right here, this is how every building should look in all of Southern California. Right here. I want the slightly yellowed walls. I want the adobe. I want the red brick. Okay? That's the train station. Yeah, I know. I've been here. I've stopped here. Even the skyscrapers. I'm pointing at this, okay? Union Station's done in the same style. I think? Union Station? I haven't been there in ages. Union Station, Union Station. Union Station? I'm never going to find it just from that. Yes, I will. Yeah, that's nice. That's nice. Too bad the air is like 30% human feces down here. God, I hate palm trees. Vosh needs to stop with the bad YIMBY arguments. As a professional planner, the developer-backed YIMBY movement only serves to give away more control of our cities. I'm good. I'm in favor of that. I don't think cities should have much control over zoning, to be honest. I think that, and you see this in like all of the British common law countries. You see it in Australia, Canada, America, and Britain. I think that if you give cities control over their own housing development, what effectively happens is all of the local boomers, all the 80-year-olds who actually bother to show up at town hall meetings are the ones who get the final say, and none of them want anything built because they're terrified of black people coming in. Yeah, I reject it. I think that like these things have to be done at a higher level. I think there are some considerations that should be made by the city, maybe like some control, some degree of consultation. But the way it is right now is fucking insane. Like California can't even build a high-speed rail line because every single retard along the path gets to mount a multi-year legal challenge, you know? Every little city, every community, everyone gets a say. And it's like, no, sometimes you just have to be the mortar that fills the base of the Great Wall of China. You will allow us to build the high-speed rail project, or your body will be used to collision test the front of our new maglev trains. Okay, we're not, we can't stop civilizational projects every time one fucking guy has a problem with it. Everything should look like this. Does everyone agree? Everyone in all of LA should look like this. All of LA should look like this, and also there need to be way the fuck more balconies so the city isn't so goddamn hot all the time. Katie Wilson is my vote if she implements this. Speaking of Katie Wilson. Ah, loud. Oh my God.
A seismic shift for Seattle politics. Just in the last several hours, the Seattle mayor's race has narrowed to fewer than 100 votes. Katie Wilson has pulled ahead of incumbent Bruce Harrell by just 91 votes. Good evening. I'm Preston Phillips.
And I'm Molly Shen. That narrow margin is with more than 250,000 votes cast. Wilson now leads with 49.83% of the vote to Harrell's 49.79%. It could mean we're headed to a recount in the city's biggest race. KOMO senior reporter Chris Daniels talked with Wilson tonight and is in Seattle with the story.
Bruce Harrell was...
This is an international problem. I live in Finland. There was a school that was rotting into the ground, and literally one boomer held up the renovations till she died. Yeah, I just don't think that should be... I just think that should be illegal. Literally. That's insane to me. It's so anti-human that, like, every single boomer with a fucking cause gets to be an anchor chained around the ankle of progress, you know? Like, if it's not even democratic. It's not like a majority of people have that position or whatever. It's literally one fucking person.
Up by roughly 4,300 votes on Friday as the vote continued here in Seattle. Well, that lead has now evaporated, and Katie Wilson is now ahead.
I'm feeling really confident, and I'm going to be able to turn my attention almost 100% to making sure that we're ready for
This isn't a thing that actually happens. It's literally just neoliberal propaganda. It is a thing that happens. You've been lied to. You've been lied to by, I don't know, NIMBY influencers online. I guarantee you I know more about this than you do, by like an order of magnitude or more. And it does happen in many different ways all over the place. From individual boomers to like old, social groups in cities that have nothing else to do but show up at town halls, to environmental reviews that go nowhere. Everything costs way the fuck too much to build and takes way the fuck too long to build, and it never stops. And the only thing we can do to change this is to roll people the fuck over. And we're going to do it, folks. We're going to do it. And if you're in the way, I wouldn't want to be you.
on day one.
Katie Wilson has 91 reasons to be smiling.
I think we see progressive votes coming in
Dog,
late.
I have a master's in this field. I've worked in this field for a decade. No, you don't. And no, you haven't. Nice try.
Younger votes coming in late. I think, older people, they get their ballot in the mail, sit down at the kitchen table, fill it out. Young people wait till the very last minute.
She is now exactly 91 votes ahead of the incumbent mayor, Bruce Harrell, in a race that is likely headed to a mandatory recount. Harrell's campaign said in a statement, "We are grateful to our volunteers who are working to ensure that every vote is counted. This is important work and essential in a close race. A recount would be triggered if the margin between the two candidates is less than 0.5%, and
which it will be, by the way. But Bruce Harrell doesn't have a voter curing effort, so I'm pretty confident this is going to Katie Wilson, though the drop today at 4 p.m. will basically confirm it.
less than 2,000 votes, which would also be remarkable in a political environment with Seattle City Attorney and Council President losing by tens of thousands of votes. How do you explain that?
I mean, first of all, we faced unprecedented spending against me in this general election, more corporate PAC spending than has ever been spent against a candidate in a...
You need to look at the southern part of the HS2 in the UK. They had to bury half the tracks because of boomer NIMBYs. Yeah, no, I followed that as a, I think, or maybe I'm thinking of a more recent project where like a proposed train line extension was facing monumental cost increases because all of these pensioners in their 70s didn't like the idea of seeing a train roll by the hills, which is insane. So they were insisting that a tunnel be built around it. Not that it go through a tunnel, but that the entire train be housed in a tube the whole way.
election. So that really made a dent. And then I think also just Harrell's a much stronger candidate than either Council President Nelson or...
Gosh, you're allowed to be wrong, but not to be stupid. That's not true. Radical Planning is series on series of the topics. If you don't believe me as a professional planner, I implore you to check out his channel before spouting more misinformation. Okay, listen, I'm going to be chair because I don't actually want to like beef with a chat or two. I don't want to get like too invested. I'll say this, okay? It is an overstatement to say it's usually one guy. That is a bit of a comedic overstatement, though there certainly have been cases where one person has held up these projects. It's more the ability for local interest groups to abuse regulatory action in order to delay projects indefinitely. You know, like you get your stacking environmental reviews, everything has to be signed in triplicate. There's a million contractors, everything has to go through. You have to sit on these projects and wait. Everything is like a mandatory waiting period, basically, because nobody wants to like speed anything along because everyone has different incentives and the contractors benefit from things taking longer because it means they get paid in the long run. So you've got a bunch of different systems that essentially incentivize everyone like holding around and waiting. And that's why everything takes absolutely forever to build. It is insane and unforgivable how long it takes to build anything and everything in this country, from infrastructure to new housing. There are so many toxic incentives. Sometimes it really is just like one person or one company or one like little town, you know, holding things up. But often it's just we've created a system where there are so many toxic incentives going in that nobody actually wants to get anything done. Yeah, it might not literally be one guy, but it is often spiritually one guy, if that makes any sense.
City Attorney Ann Davison, right?
Are you prepared for a recount at this point?
I mean, if that happens, it happens. I think historically recounts don't generally shift the final totals that much.
King County Elections told me there are still 6,400 ballots roughly left to count in the city of Seattle, and 1,700 ballots have some sort of question on a signature that needs to be confirmed. That's the story for now. Here in Seattle, I'm Chris Daniels, KOMO News.
We expect that
now that it looks like Katie Wilson's going to win, I've been seeing national news media pay more attention to her. I've seen the New York Post talk about how Katie Wilson's a commie and such. Here's Katie Wilson in a hat.
Hi, I'm Katie Wilson, and I'm running for Seattle mayor. Now that I have your attention, I'm going to take this hat off. As of yesterday's ballot drop,
worked.
we are ahead in this race by 91 votes. That is a razor-thin margin, and it means that this race could come down to your vote. Right now, I need you to go to King County Elections website and make sure that your ballot was counted. The link is in our bio. This is your...
Yeah, she's doing vote curing right now. And I don't think Bruce Harrell is doing vote curing, so I genuinely don't know how a recount could shift things in his favor. Like, I don't think there's any mechanism, basically. Was your ballot counted? Yeah, I'm fine. I'm set. I don't think there's any mechanism for Bruce Harrell to win at this point. There's literally one woman in Oregon that has stalled clean energy projects here. Oh my God. How one Oregon activist is using a decades-old liberal policy to stall green energy projects. Yeah, this is always how it goes down. It's like one boomer, or spiritually one boomer. And then like 50 years ago, a regulatory action was put in place to give local communities the ability to weigh in on local projects, and they just abuse it, and they're so litigious, and they fight, and they have nothing better to do because they're useless and worthless, and they're too old to fuck, and they don't have any hobbies, and their grandkids won't call them, so they have nothing better to do. So they just waste all their energy and all their time on Earth making sure that life doesn't get better for the people who get to live longer than they do. I hate them so much. Their hobbies wasting people's time. Yeah, which is funny because they have less of it than the people whose time they're wasting. So you'd think if anything they would hate doing that, but nope. The purpose of this law is to ensure people can be heard, but those people do not have any authority over land use decisions. I mean, they delay the project. That's all it takes. The more you delay a project, the more expensive it is. The more expensive a project is or is anticipated to be, the less likely it is to either get done or to be proposed in the first place. Who wants to even try to do a new infrastructure project if they know for sure it's a minimum of 15 years of litigious boomers they have to crawl through? You know? It's like a chilling effect. There's no delay in the project so long as process is followed. This isn't a legal issue. Okay, so you really don't know what you're talking about then. Gotcha. Okay. I was worried for a second that you might actually know more than me, but I appreciate you giving the game away. You actually have no fucking clue, or you're just repeating stuff you've seen off like a NIMBY YouTube channel. Gotcha. Okay. You genuinely have no idea how often this happens or how bad it is when it does happen. That's fine. That's fine. We don't have to talk anymore. You've disqualified yourself. I appreciate that. The 76-year-old retired state employee, former gun store owner, and avid elk hunter from La Grande, Oregon, is on a mission to keep turbines and transmission towers from blighting the rural landscape. She's filed more challenges to energy projects, 15 in all, including lawsuits, than anyone in the state, according to Oregon's DOE. I kind of have a reputation, Gilbert said. Renewable energy advocates treat activists like Gilbert as relentless gadflies who need to be stopped for the good of the planet. Yes. They say Oregon's slow process for approving energy projects, with its endless appeals, almost like it delays the project, is one reason the state ranks near last in the countries for green energy growth, despite setting a deadline to eliminate fossil fuel use by 2040. Democratic leaders up and down the West Coast are reckoning with liberal policies of the past they say clash with today's progressive agenda. In California, for example, Governor Newsom recently signed a rollback of environmental review laws to expedite the construction of affordable housing. Oregon Governor Tina Kotek has pushed to roll back her state's vaunted land use restrictions for the same reason. But Oregon leaders have been far less aggressive in confronting the historical artifacts that critics say hold green energy back. One, the Depression Vintage federal agency that runs most of the Northwest power grid has set a sluggish pace for upgrades. The other, the energy siting system Oregon created long ago for nuclear power. The federal agency says it makes financially prudent decisions about construction. Let's see, permitting. Mm-hmm. The governor's office acknowledged, quote, existing significant impediments to renewable energy growth in Oregon. Here in my area, they want to quad track a busy rail line, but they can't because of local NIMBYs. 4 tracks possible for a large portion of Palo Alto. 2 additional tracks will be passing tracks. Large number of Mid-Peninsula residents turned against high-speed rail. Yeah. An old lady with a laptop. Third world countries don't even have this problem. They're just able to build shit without issue. I mean, it depends, but I do think this is a case of like toxic individualism to an extent. Every single individual, every just random dipshit gets to be their own like lone wolf warrior on a hill dying for a cause, you know? Do you hate the old guy from Up? You do know that the old guy from Up, when he was refusing to allow his area to be upzoned, was, and this is in the text, a cranky asshole, right? Like he was belligerent and stubborn and obstinate, and he was staying there miserably for no reason other than because it was what he was used to. Like that's in the text of the movie. He begins his journey to become a better person by moving his house. In which direction? I can't say it. So I know how to read government regulations, she said. She also enjoys it. It keeps my brain working, she said with a laugh. She argued against the wind farm before the Oregon Energy Facility Sitting Council, which has ultimate authority over whether major pieces of infrastructure like wind farms, solar projects, power plants, and transmission lines get built. She sent a letter to the governor's office stating she would sue and make all the state's dealings with the energy company public along the way. The wind farm never materialized. The company backed out in 2013, citing poor market conditions. That's great, man. I wonder how many deaths she's caused on her own just as a consequence of the economic harm that she's done. You know, like in terms of like poverty or a decrease in the construction of the energy grid, stuff like that, you know? We were successful in stopping that, she said. The company would say it was a financial decision. I think it was more than that. Proposals for new wind farms kept cropping up, and she contested as many as she could, even ones 3 hours from her home. She's missed only a handful of the Energy Siting Council's monthly meetings in the past decade, driving all around the state before video conferencing became common. Literally, this is her entire life. This is her entire life. This is the only thing she does or cares about. Developers have approached her after meetings. She said, can somebody explain to me how civilization can survive if something as essential as constructing new energy infrastructure has to go through her? Like, why does it matter? Why is she noteworthy? Seriously, what, like, how have we built our systems if one person, one guy like her is capable of doing anything? Can we just deport her? I would love that. Developers approached her after meetings and asked her what it would take to make her happy. I've been called an old lady who has access to a computer, she said. That's kind of, I guess, how I'm viewed. And okay, I guess that's okay. A committed Republican, Gilbert says she doesn't do all this because she opposes the idea of clean energy. She owns a cabin powered by rooftop solar panels. She says she doesn't believe in the need for large-scale solar, but she did support a solar farm in the scenic Columbia River Gorge after developers listened to public input and took steps to reduce the project's impact. But she finds herself quite often at odds with the work of major wind, solar, and transmission players just because it's taking so much land. Fuji Kreider, a self-described liberal Democrat who relocated from New York, started a friendship with Gilbert while both campaigned against a major transmission project. She calls herself a redneck environmentalist. It's beautiful. It's the red-blue union right here. Being a shitty fucking NIMBY boomer. The claim that this one woman with no land use authority killed the project is a claim that need evidence. All right, the dog 223. It's been a good bit, but now it's a little bit annoying. I appreciate you've taken the time to what do you say, prompt like a nice discussion, and I do appreciate that. But you can't like rail against the overwhelm. Like there's a point where you have to step back and go, my work here is done. Now we're talking. Like if you were secretly a YIMBY who wanted to prompt this discussion by reverse psychology tricking me into talking about it, that would have been brilliant. But you can't dig your feet in the ground after we've gotten into it, you know? Is this an instance to assume it's just racial animus? No. I disagree. I think that in this case, for the power infrastructure here, it's literally just she's bored, scared of death, and wants her voice to be heard. Old people love doing that shit. They love causing a ruckus so people will listen to them. I think it's that. It's insane that we allow these people to hold us back. God, look at this. Richens at the time was in year 16 of trying to build a 300-mile transmission line through eastern Oregon. It's the crucible of Oregon's energy growth, the single piece of infrastructure that utilities and renewable advocates are most eager to see built. It will connect Idaho green energy suppliers with Oregon data centers that demand loads of electricity. Anyone want to guess? Richen asked his fellow power execs one point during the show. State process application. How many pages? 10,000, one offered. He shook his head, raising his thumb higher. Upwards, and higher still. It was closer to 20,000 pages, Richens told him. By the time the executive finished his tale of environmental reviews and land use certificates, he joked he had tears running from his eyes. It's not just in Oregon, guys. It's all over the country. Anytime anyone wants to build anything useful, they have to go through this. Fuck, even useless shit has to go through this. So corpos/capitalists are the good guys here? Yeah, in this instance, yes. Yes, the ability to build like green energy infrastructure and not being able to because there's a fuck ton of extremely poorly considered like environmental regulations preventing you from doing so. Yeah, absolutely. Gilbert's fight against B2H has been her biggest yet. Slicing through 300 miles of land Gilbert desperately wants to keep undisturbed, the line illustrates the stakes she and other rural Oregonians see in ridding grasslands and forests of massive new energy projects. Listen, if you don't want to see the untouched space in Oregon sort of utilized for green energy infrastructure, you shouldn't get to benefit from modern civilization as well. Your diabetes pills are made by society. I don't think you should get them. You should just die out there. If you want all the world to follow your mandate, hey, listen, buddy, all the shit you benefit from takes massive, incredibly intrusive supply lines that stretch across the country, okay? I think you should be morally consistent, okay? Shut her fucking electricity off, yeah. Take your sensitive ass back to 5000 BC. Bosch hates national parks confirmed. Yes, but we're not building these through national parks, are we? We're talking about land that is legally available. Like Department of Interior land that is legally available for infrastructure. And it's just not getting used for no reason. I hate them so much. Gilbert's Stop B2H coalition with 1,000 members raised more than $350,000 against the project. B2H opponents filed a total of 117 challenges to the Powerline project, keeping the appeals process going longer after the state approved construction in 2019. In late March, though, the opponents lost their final appeal in court. Again, like oftentimes they don't even achieve anything. They just burn time and money for everyone. Probably made this project cost hundreds of millions of dollars more than it needed to. If Richins, the utility COO, feels exasperated by the 2 decades it took to overcome complaints from Gilbert and others, Gilbert thinks mainly about the outcome for her side. For all its delays, the state's Energy Council in practice does not reject proposed projects, and despite the claims she's gumming up the state's process with her appeals, Gilbert has never actually reversed a council decision. She's never achieved a thing, except waste hundreds of millions of dollars in decades. All the time, all the money, all the jobs that people could have had, all the energy that could have been produced, the lower energy bills for Oregonians, nothing has ever been accomplished. It's just a bunch of legal mechanisms that she technically has the ability to use to make life worse for everyone for no gain, no purpose. My perception is that I'm ignored. And again, like at the end of the day for her, it's just about being noticed because her grandkids won't call her and she's going to die soon. That's it. Just a shitty life at its end, the twilight years, spent desperately trying to get people to notice her. That's it. What kind of world do you think these people actually imagine? One in which they're paid attention to. That's it. Again, as always, you can't read too much like consistent political intention from these people. It's not. You'll just get confused. It's just one. They just want people to pay attention to them. That's it. So one person ruined everything? No. She got together a whole group of 1,000 people, but none of them. They didn't have a reason. There was no reason for any of this. Can't they find something else to give them attention? Yes, they should be sent to a work camp. If they have the energy to drive all over the state wasting everyone else's times, maybe they can break big rocks into small rocks. You have no idea how bad these people have made this country. So this is the old person version of incel. Stop trying to put boxes in boxes. What do you think of Passport Bros? Is this the 6th time you've asked me? Wow. No, I must have missed a few. Now, this is antisocial behavior, but this is about the level of social competence I would expect from somebody curious about my opinion on Passport Bros. Do you consider yourself a Passport Bro? Do you think of yourself as one? What countries have you been going to? Please tell me it's not countries like the Philippines or Thailand. No, you have my attention now, please. Which countries? I'm in Colombia. Colombia is pretty cool. No hate. Saved. Yeah, I've heard. I know people who have traveled to Colombia. I've heard it's pretty great. What's a passport, bro? It's a term that can mean anything from like sex tourists to guys who save up lots of money working high-paying jobs in the West so they can live basically for free in poorer countries. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with it, like in concept, I guess. Probably a lot of people do it for bad reasons. Like, for the same reason, I don't think there's anything wrong with going to Japan, but if you go to Japan because you want a pure, untainted wife who doesn't believe in feminism, you're probably in, like, both for a bad awakening and that's also pretty gross. Yeah, but you know, I don't really care. They also go after underage girls sometimes too. Yeah, but I don't want to. I think it is unfair to assume that every white guy who travels abroad and lives there for a while is doing it for sex tourist reasons. There are legitimately good reasons to do that if you want to, you know? I don't want to hate on that. You're giving rich white guys too much credit? Well, sorry, I'm biased. Also kind of racist to imply the only appeal of certain countries is sex tourism. Well, I don't think it's not you saying that's the only appeal of those countries. I think it's more saying that oftentimes the people who speak positively of those countries are only interested in those countries for the sex appeal, you know? Like there is a demographic of guys. You see them all the time on Twitter who are like, you know, here's my top 10 secrets for wooing 15-year-old Thai lady boys or whatever, you know, here, read my book or whatever. There are a lot of like weird fucking people out there, you know? Do not Google what Vosh did in his Japan trip. I went to Shibuya before it got one shot by the guy with the 4 eyes. It was pretty cool. Shame what happened there. The fucking incident, yeah. Rip in peace. Rip in pepperoni. What incident? He doesn't know. He doesn't know. What the fuck is this? White House officials are furious with Bill Pultz, the Federal Housing Finance Agency director, who talked the president into suggesting a 50-year mortgage plan. On Saturday evening, Pultz arrived at Donald Trump's Palm Beach Golf Club with a roughly 3x5 poster board in hand. A graphic of Franklin Roosevelt appeared below 30-year mortgage and one of Trump below 50-year mortgage. The headline was Great American Presidents. Man, he is insanely easy to appeal to, huh? You really could get communism in this country if you just gave him the right billboard. You could get a 5-minute pitch, and just an elevator pitch to Trump, and you could get anything done that you wanted to. Roughly 10 minutes later, Trump posted the image to Truth Social, according to one of the people familiar who was with the president at the time. Brilliant. Yeah, there's been a big backlash because basically anyone... Fuck you, Politico. Fuck you. 1 second. Because basically anyone with even like a minute amount of knowledge about how mortgages work is aware of the fact that a 50-year mortgage is fucking insane. But Trump has never had... Well, maybe he's had a mortgage. I don't know. Trump, I'm going to guess Trump's probably not plugged into the like concerns of the proletarian housing market. You know, he's probably not that on the ground. Do you... I just got a fucking... Oh my God. Do you think he convinced them because 50 is greater than 30? Genuinely? Yes. I think that is... I don't think that Trump understands anything about anything anymore. I think he's fucking gone. I think that 50 years is more than 30 years. And that was pretty much... You're telling me this mortgage was so strong it's going to last for 50 years? History will remember you fondly. The White House was blindsided by the idea, now dealing with a furious backlash from conservative allies, business leaders, and lawmakers. It is an idea that appeals to literally no one. Almost immediately, aides were fielding angry phone calls from those who thought the idea, which would endorse a 50-year payback period for a mortgage, was both bad politics and bad policy, a move that could raise housing costs in the long run, the person said. It's genuinely, nobody benefits from this. It's such a long mortgage period that the instability of like the inherent risk of offering these mortgages outweighs the additional interest that you would get as a bank. Nobody likes it. It's like it's a policy that appeals to no one. Why did he pitch it, you know? It's crazy. He just sold POTUS a bill of goods that wasn't necessarily accurate, the person said. He said, FDR did it, you can do it, it's going to be a big thing. Yeah, that sounds like how I would pitch something to Donald Trump. But he didn't tell him about all the unintended consequences. The implicit acknowledgement from a White House aide that Trump has no fucking idea what's going on at any point. Anything that goes before POTUS needs to be vetted, said the person present for Pulta's poster presentation, and a lot of the times with Pulta, they're not. He just goes straight to POTUS. Again, implicit acknowledgement that they know Trump is so far gone that they need to gatekeep information he has access to, because otherwise he might find out this whole thing is unwinding. I still truly believe, by the way, that Trump believes everything that he says. I don't think he's consciously lying at all. When he says he won 2020, when he says he's the most popular president in history, when he says there's no inflation, I think he thinks he's telling the truth. I really do. I do not think he's capable of lying. He has no filter, none whatsoever. If he, yeah, his mind is a sieve. There's no fucking way. And he'll believe anything, especially if it's flattering, that you tell him. So if you just walk up to him and say, hey, Mr. President, the radical left is furious because you've ended inflation and also your popularity is through the roof. He'll just believe it and he'll confidently repeat it. This is why he's better in interviews than J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance will try to outsmart you futilely when you present him information that he doesn't like. Trump will just barrel through it, like with no awareness. Actually like arguing with the wall. Trump knows he's right, whereas J.D. Vance knows that he isn't. I agree. Yeah, I think that's a perfect way of putting it. Yeah, 100%. Trump speaks and acts with all the confidence of a person who knows that he's right, and J.D. Vance speaks with all the confidence of a person that he knows he's a fucking snake. Yeah. Trump on Monday downplayed the proposal and said it was not, quote, a big deal. All it means is you pay less per month, Trump said on Laura Ingraham's show. Pay it over a longer period of time. It's not like a big factor. It might help a little bit. Oh my God, he has no idea. Can I find that? One second. Did they put that segment on the... Okay, the only thing I've seen recently with Trump and Ingraham is this.
Another one thing with gold. Why not? You can't imitate gold, real gold. There's no paint that imitates gold.
So these aren't like from Home Depot or something?
No, this is not Home Depot stuff.
No, not stuff you buy.
This is not Home Depot.
Does anyone else feel like Laura Ingraham is a little bit more fed up of, how do I put this? She's a little bit worse at concealing her contempt for the fact that over the course of her lifetime, the conservative project has turned into like a big evil empire, into a shamelessly stupid oligarchical grift fest. I just think she's miserable generally. I think that she has a very high opinion of herself, and I've never gotten the impression Laura's stupid. I don't think she's stupid. And I think that's her downfall here a little bit. She can't like flaunt the shameless stupidity of this administration. You know what I mean? She can't like revel in it.
Housing costs are still out of reach, and another thing that your administration is trying to tackle. Many Americans, the average age of first-time home buyers are now up to age 40, which is sad for the country you and I grew up in.
I inherited that. Look, you have to understand.
Right, but let me get to the question, though, because your housing director has proposed something that has enraged your MAGA friends, which is this 50-year mortgage idea. So a significant MAGA backlash, calling it a giveaway to the banks and simply prolonging the time it would take for Americans to own a home.
Fell for it again, by the way. Fell for it again. No other way of putting it, right? This is very much like a cucked deep state bugman move. You will own nothing and you will be happy with it, you know? Yeah, why not just rent the home from your bank forever, essentially?
Outright. Is that really a good idea?
It's not even a big deal. I mean, you know, you go from 40 to 50 years, and what it
30
means
to
is
50,
you pay something less.
40, he doesn't know. He's gone. He's gone.
From 30, that some people had a 40, and then now they have a 50. All it means is you pay less per month. You pay it over a longer period of time. It's not like a big factor. It might help a little bit. But the problem was that Biden did this. He increased the interest rates, and
Genuine embarrassment on his part, by the way. Like he was proud of this proposal because some retard walked up to him and showed him a poster that said he would be the next FDR. And Trump proudly talked about it. And now everyone's mad, and he's like, "Well, I mean, it's not even this is genuine embarrassment on his part, you know, narcissist flustering."
I have a lousy Fed person who's going to be gone in a few months.
Very good, very good.
Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent sparring with George Stephanopoulos yesterday after
Really?
Bessent called out the host shutdown hypocrisy. Listen here.
George, the best.
Shut up.
The government. 1%.
They were willing to shut.
Too is because the government is a
Talk
major
about the
source
mortgages.
way to do this, right? There's
$10 a month principal. President Trump, we can indeed work on the 50-year mortgage,
There's
a
Pulse.
complete game changer. How does that work in dollars? Here you go, 30-year fixed mortgage right now.
What I want to know is, like, who talked to Pult to make him propose this to Trump? You know, this has got to be, because it had to be a bank, right? No one else would even consider bringing this up. So there's somewhere in like one of the major banks down there on Wall Street, whatever, one of the major banks is like, I want to fucking gamble. I want to gamble so bad. Nobody's getting new mortgages because nobody can afford new homes. I'm not getting my gambling fix. I want to gamble. Please, God, give me the world's most poorly secured loans possible so I can package them, pretend they're AAA certified, and then go run amok with them. The banks already came out, said they don't want this. I bet you one bank does. There's some fucking lunatic, some coke-addled fiend, VC dipshit running one of those banks, fucking doing 80 lines every morning for breakfast, and he's like, I just need it. I just want to gamble. Just give me the 50-year mortgages to gamble, and I don't fucking care anymore. Is one of them. And he got to Pult, and Pult proposed it to Trump, and Trump immediately Truth Socialed it, and now everyone's mad at Trump. That's the only thing that I can think of having happened here.
You're paying $2,038 a month principal and interest on a $400,000 home. At the bottom, under 50 years, you'd save a couple $100 a month at $1,822 principal and interest. That is proposed. Do you like this idea?
I do not like this idea. And again, it depends on how much the house.
I wonder how long the average car. What's the standard car? Is it 96 right now? I've never actually bought a car. I've always just transferred them like between friends and stuff. Is it 96 month? 5 years? Okay, 5. What is that? That's 60. Okay, 60 is better. I wonder if in my lifetime we're gonna see like greater than 100-month standard car loan time periods. 96 is insane. The only reason I said 96 is because I feel like I remembered seeing a commercial that said 96 at some point. Maybe I'm off on that. 5-year car loans are insane. What does that work out to a month? Like on average, like ballparking it, regular vehicle cost 400, 450. I don't actually, I guess I don't have like good mental math on what a car should cost, I guess. Or sorry, on what a good car loan period should be. $500 for a $35,000 car. Okay. Man, sometimes this happens. I never saw this in LA, but I see it all the time in like rural Washington. The amount of like restored Ford Broncos that I see out in the sticks, it makes me wish, God, I wish we still made good cars here. I don't even know if the Bronco performs well. It probably doesn't. Like relative to modern cars, it probably doesn't perform that well. But they're so beautiful. Two-tone cars are like two-tone with a stripe. Broncos and Grand Cherokees. Oh my God, they're so beautiful. American cars suck. Yeah, I'm not defending the internals. I'm talking about I'm just talking about, like, I don't know, the style. Okay, what's the most American car? It's not the Bronco. It's the Ford. It's the pickup truck that's two-tone. What's the No, not the F-150. No, before from like the 80s. Am I thinking the Ranger? No, no, I'm not thinking the Ranger. Smaller than that. Smaller than that. Model T? No, not a fucking Model T, you idiot. Why am I having trouble finding? Okay, I think it is the Ford Ranger that I'm thinking about. I see a lot of these in the sticks too. Hold on one second. 1980s Ford Ranger. Yeah, there we go. I see so many of these out in the sticks. They make me so happy to see. Shit like this, you know? This to me is the most American car. I think a lot of people would probably agree. Just beautiful. Don't make them like that anymore, you know? My uncle owned a car like this. For a while everyone did, but we just all decided to make our cars stupid and ugly. So pretty. That's a truck? Yeah, but this truck is basically the size as a modern like SUV. Like it's not a Ford F-150. It's hard to see until you like see it next to, but like the pickup trucks from the 1980s were far smaller than the modern trucks, you know? Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. I didn't mean to.
Cost and what, but if you just took a 4% interest rate, for a 30-year it would be $2,300, for a 50-year it would be $1,900. So you're saving almost $500 a month. And
Bosch owns one of these, doesn't he? No.
In terms of
I don't have the skill set to maintain an older car. It's very difficult. Or well, maybe it's not super difficult depending on what you start with. But you do have to know some stuff.
But by the time you finish paying this bad boy off, the 30-year you pay $359,000 versus a 50-year almost $700,000, right?
Oh,
so it's
wow.
just a gargantuan difference just to make people feel better, you know, and that's not the way to do this, right? There's so many other ways. I feel so strongly about the momentum that we'll have going into next year. The one big beautiful bill kicks in. We'll have a more accommodative Federal Reserve. You know, I think economic activity is going to build. Companies will be encouraged to build here because they'll be able to write a lot of that off. I think we're in the precipice of an economic boom, and with lower mortgage rates, that will help the housing market a lot. So this, I
want to see a little bit more about the backlash that he's experiencing. This video is from 2 days ago, so I think Trump hints at game-changing move for aspiring homeowners.
President Trump posting an image suggesting he will be proposing 50-year mortgages, a move his federal housing director confirms.
I don't know why Vosh advocates for trucks but hates motorcycles. I don't advocate for trucks. Why do you guys always simplify everything that I say? There's a specific model of truck that I think is very beautiful, and they don't even make them anymore. Also, motorcycles are way more dangerous and fucking loud. The main thing that bothers me is the noise, man, okay? Trucks just have a normal... They sound normal.
Are indeed working on, promising to be a, quote, game changer. Here with what that could mean for you and your wallet, former Trump economic advisor Stephen Moore. So great to see you this morning, Stephen. So what would a 50-year mortgage even look like?
Great to be with you, Charlie. Well, I had just heard about this idea yesterday. I'm pondering it. Look, here's what would happen if you had these 50-year mortgages. Your monthly mortgage payment would go down, right, Charlie, because you're paying that mortgage over 50 years.
I think a lot of people who watch me probably don't understand how big of a deal this is, but you got to understand that, like, for a lot of Americans, your existing homeownership or the prospect of future homeownership is a central pillar around which a lot of your life revolves. It's a huge fucking deal. So for the president to come out with his bold new plan to make housing affordable, 50-year mortgages, it's such a like, okay, imagine if you put all your hopes, all your faith in a presidential candidate who said that they were going to revitalize American infrastructure, and you like them, like this is a good president, you're really amped up for it, okay? And then one day, and nothing gets discussed for months and months and months. You're just waiting. One of these days, he's gonna bring it up, and then one day he's like, "I've got a plan. What if we just built a big maglev that goes in a loop around the country, so you can hop on at New York and it loops around the north, and then you can stop in Seattle or LA as you wish, and then it's just one big loop, so it's simple, it's easy to maintain because there's just one track." And like that's all he said. It would like. Even if you were a fucking idiot, which you watch me, you might be, you would immediately realize not only how nothing is going to change, but also how stupid and unserious your guy is. Most Americans who are involved in any way with homeownership are immediately aware of how bad the idea of a 50-year mortgage sounds. People's guts clench at the idea of signing a 30-year mortgage. It's 30 years. That's most of your, it's not most of your life, but it's, you know, it's most of your working life, right? If you, especially since the new average age for a first-time home buyer is 40, that's like most of the rest of your life, you know?
Rather than say 20 or 30 years. So if you want to make housing more affordable in the very short term, that might be a good way to bring down monthly mortgage payments, but then you're going to pay for a long, long time. You're going to be paying that mortgage payment for most of your life. And so that's a question of whether it makes sense financially to people. Yeah. But right now, where people are
You're signing up for possible generational debt. You can't even build generational wealth anymore, because if you are unable to pay off that mortgage, you can't pass that down to your family. Like, if you die before, if you buy the house at 40, and you're not able to pay it off by the time you're 90, which good fucking luck paying those mortgage bills off of your, you know, your Social Security payments continuously. The bank repossesses it if you ever lapse in your well, not lapse, you know, but if you fall behind in your payments, your kids aren't going to see that shit unless your kids are willing to stay with you. Are your kids going to stay in that house with you in your 80s and 90s? Can accept the debt, like sign on to accepting your mortgage. 50 years from now, you have no idea what the life's even going to look like. What the world is going to look like, you know? It's insane. Absolutely insane.
Struggling to find a home where they can meet those
this guy
mortgage
looks like
payments,
JD Vance.
It might make sense for people. By the way, the federal government should also be issuing 50-year debt, because interest rates are low. It'd be a way for us to lock in low interest rates, so that if we had a huge spike in interest rates in the future, we wouldn't be in a real problem situation financially.
And so, of course, after 30 years, if you had a 50-year mortgage, after 30 years, the way banks structure loans, you probably still wouldn't own, but about 10%, actually own, but about 20% of your house.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You know, you want to build up equity in your home. That's why a lot of people, you know, when they have the financial means to do so, they speed up their mortgage payments. But listen, the problem with our housing situation right now really is so many restrictions on building multifamily homes in a lot of areas. By the way, I can tell you one city in America where housing prices are going to go way down. You know what city that is?
What's that?
New York?
New York City.
Yeah, because everyone's going to leave, because 10 squadrillion people are going to leave New York City, yeah, because of Mabdani.
He's going to move out.
Right, exactly.
So if you want to buy a house, maybe think about.
Do you know why he threw that in, by the way? Because we're on Fox and Friends. Well, we're on. I said I read Fox. I was going to say Fox. I saw Fox and Friends. We're not on Fox and Friends. We are on Fox. And he just realized he's been criticizing Donald Trump for several minutes straight. Totally, like, no through line. But because this is state media, they're like, fuck, wait, hold on. Mabdani, Muslim, black people. Good argument. This is a longer chunk from the clip with Ingraham.
Back now with more of my exclusive sit-down with President Trump. He reacted to all the attacks on the...
This is crazy, by the way. I don't understand. This is a very specific...
the ballroom construction. I also asked him a very important question about his faith. Michelle Obama had something to say about the ballroom and the new ballroom. During an event to promote her new book, she said, "When we talk about the East Wing, it's the heart of the work. And to denigrate it, to tear it down, to pretend like it doesn't matter, it's a reflection of how you think of that role." Why is she wrong?
Well, first of all, the East Wing was a beautiful little tiny structure that was built many years ago that was renovated and expanded and disbanded and columns ripped out, and it had nothing to do with the original building. It was a poor, sad The E9 people, 6 inches of water. But the East Wing, in the middle, sarcastic. You know, it's bad for Donald Trump is now questioning his, but.
Okay, never mind. They don't get into it in this clip. I'm glad they're having fun, though. Patriotism is surging. Huh. Fascinating. Fascinating. Well, anyway, yeah. I'm glad that he's getting backlash for this. Housing policy is one of those things that affects everyone so, like, intimately that it can actually break the cult spell a little bit. Is it just me, or has Ron DeSantis been kind of irrelevant in the past year? Yeah, he is. Or he has been, yeah. Because he tried to go up against Trump and failed. That's it. That's the only thing. The deep state, the neocons tried to set him up as a potential alternative to Trump because they're aware of the fact that Trump is mentally incompetent and unpredictable and self-destructive, and Ron DeSantis just flubbed horrendously. He was not capable of picking up that torch. Have we talked about Trump's healthcare plan? You mean the one where he just gives everyone money? Isn't this the one where he said, well, the money could come in any form, including like the money that you save through no tax on tips? No, it's nothing. It's literally nothing. As is always the case, it's a Groyper presidency, folks. It's a Groyper presidency, except he would meet with Netanyahu less if Fuentes was in charge. No actual interest in policy. Trump has no concern for it, which is why effectively no policies have been put forward. Like, we're almost a year into this presidency, and what's actually changed? Well, the power of the executive has been expanded, and ICE has been empowered, but what actual, policies have been implemented? See, the Nazis did implement policies. They actually were interested in governance. They were fucking lunatics, but they did have a transformational plan for the country. It was a bad plan, but they did have a plan. That's not to say they weren't, making mistakes all the time or that they were competent or anything. They weren't, but they did have a plan. They had an interest in governing. I need to come up with a consistent term for this because right now all I have is content creator presidency, or influencer politics where, maybe that's the right way. Influencer politics. I gotta grain that in my head. Influencer politics. It doesn't matter what you say or what you argue for. You have no actual interest in governing. You just like the idea of using the platform of government to aura farm. And that's it. It's called grifting? No, because grifting is done for, grifting is when you lie for personal gain. More or less, ballparking it. In this case, I think it goes beyond that. Everyone in the presidential cabinet gets their turn during the cabinet meetings to stand up and aura farm for a second, They praise Donald Trump and then they talk about how epically they're doing stuff. They're not actually doing anything. None of them are doing anything. They're not even doing anything that benefits them. They're not succeeding. Donald Trump could be using his power right now to set in motion policies that would benefit him and secure his rule for longer or better, advantage white people or wealthy people. But he's not. They're not doing any of that. None of it's happening. Nothing's happening. Influencer occupied government. TikTocracy? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. What happened to the TikTok ban, by the way? Trump illegally failed to comply with the sell-off date, and right now I believe a bunch of conservatives are pitching who gets to be the next czar over TikTok. Something like that. I don't know. I haven't kept up with it. At this point, is the admin too self-absorbed to rig 2026? I mean, they're making it harder for themselves. You do have to put a little bit of effort in, basically. Is Zionist-occupied government still seen as an anti-Semitic term because it's basically true now? Yes, it is an anti-Semitic term. The words you use matter. Zionist-occupied government implies that we're occupied by an external force, In reality, the Zionism is coming from within the house. It's just an extension of our economic and political interests. But a lot of people use the whole Zog thing as they're using it as a dog whistle to say Jews control the government, right? If Jews controlled the government, buddy, I gotta tell you, they would be doing something about the rampant anti-Semitism within the right, the party in power, okay? Yeah, I wouldn't, I don't care for the term. It literally came from the Turner Diaries. Yeah, it's not exactly, you know. Why aren't they doing any of it, though? Are they scared of backlash? No, I just think it's because the people in power right now, fundamentally, are incompetent and uninterested in the nuance of government, you know? Remember when Kash Patel and Dan whatever his name is, became heads of the FBI, and they immediately started complaining about the work? Bongino, thank you. Started complaining about the work they had to do. Like these people, there's a reason all of these people were just like media guys beforehand. Do you think I would be a good like minister of government? Do you think I would be a good cabinet member? No, I'm a live streamer. I don't have the actually being an effective member of government takes a lot of discipline and fastidiousness, whether or not you're on the right or the left. There are a lot of neocons who are very, very fastidious, like operators within the government. What was the name of that one guy on Trump's cabinet who basically held the entire administration together for the second half of Trump's first term? I'm blanking on his name. He was a neocon, very competent, did his best to make sure the administration more or less held together. Trump never liked him. Bolton? Not Bolton. No. Pence? No. It's no. Mnuchin? It might be him. Steve Mnuchin? I think it might be him. Mnuchin? Yeah. Yes, I believe it's this guy. Former U.S. Secretary of the Treasury. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's this guy. Mnuchin. Yeah. Neocon, evil, looks like John Oliver. Yeah. Very evil guy. But he basically held the office together throughout, especially towards the end of Trump's first term. I mean, he's evil, but he's competent, and he was interested in government. You know, he was interested in, yes, negative John Oliver. He is a bit of a chudjack, for sure. Mnuchin was actually great. I mean, in the sense of, like, his competence, sure. I don't care for his politics. But yeah. Please give me that neck crack. Give me that. It wasn't enough. Oh my God. I gotta go back to doing calisthenics. You see Bill Kristol is borderline denouncing capitalism now. Bill Kristol's been on one for a long time. He's I don't know if you could fairly describe him as a neocon these days. Anyway, sorry. Just trying to make a point about competence in government. You all understand. To rapidly shift gears. In Portland, Oregon, some anti-ICE protesters are doing 80s calisthenics outside of an ICE facility. What is with these people, man? This is just a skit? No, they're literally like dancing as like people being brutalized and deported are being brought in. The detained people inside are like peeking out the window and seeing this bullshit.
Not adding a jump yet, if you want to.
I'm just glad they're having fun. I'm not. They're turning human suffering into a fucking joke, man. Look at my Liberator's dog. I'm going to South Sudan. Yeah, I don't understand what the intention is here. Why does everything have to be quirky? Nobody takes this shit seriously. How is this different than the Hungarian protester in the T-Rex costume, honestly? Because that was a larger protest. This is like, hey, what would be quirky? What if we protested our brutal policy of, you know, torture and deportation by doing fucking 80s calisthenics outside the ICE facility? It's fundamental. It's not one person being unserious. The whole thing, the motivating force behind this behavior was unseriousness. It helps to circumvent the idea that the left is violent. That's fucking bullshit. You don't have to, you're making a mockery of the subject. You don't have to, the idea that the only way to resist the broader impression that protesters against ICE are not, or, you know, are violent is by doing this bullshit. Absolutely not. What, do you guys seriously fucking believe that? Do you really think that, like, that this is some kind of principled effort to resist a mischaracterization of the protesters and not just stupid, quirky millennial keep Portland weird bullshit? I think they think that. No, I think they wanted to do something quirky. They could have just done a regular protest.
Ese autobús, damas y caballeros, que está allá, que está dando reversa el güey, contiene toda nuestra gente, los detenidos. Acabó de llegar en estos momentos aquí al centro de detenciones de la ciudad de Portland.
It's definitely quirky bullshit, but who cares? I don't know, man. I do feel like protest efforts in this country are hampered a little bit by the fact that nobody, like, cares about anything. You know? I mean, look, pardon me for you know, speaking hastily on this, but we are being occupied by the most tyrannical and corrupt regime in American history, and for the most part, the streets are quiet, you know? Italy threw a fucking flip. They threw shit. They lost their shit. There was like a widespread sectoral union blowout because their government was like nice to Israel. You know, it's I feel it's I think it's part of the nihilism. I think that nobody cares about anything, but the only thing that would get you out to a good protest is if people are doing like quirky 80s calisthenics, you know? I thought you were for this a month ago. I was for 80s calisthenics outside an ICE facility. Did I say that? How specific? This is like protesting in an inflatable costume though? No, it's not. Stop arguing with me. Just learn from me, okay? This is now a one-way exchange of information, all right? You're irritating me right now. What the fuck is Portland? Quirky. I think until you go protest, you're just bitching just to bitch and have no balls. Would you also discredit my opinion on other protesters if I was praising these people? Or is it just like you finding a lazy excuse to disagree with me? Have you found a shortcut? Conditional disagreement? Look, there's one guy here who looks like he's taking this seriously, and it's the fascist with the Trump merch. Wouldn't this kind of protest be perfect for local organizers to recruit and build networks with? I have no idea what you're talking about. It's just people started a Facebook group. Wouldn't it be cool and quirky if we did this in front of the ICE facility? I do feel like nobody takes it seriously. Is that Anthony Fantano? I assume you mean the guy in the plaid flannel and not this guy. That is an Anthony Fantano shirt right there. That's true. Do you think they're being goofy with it to dampen the media narrative that they're spooky scary? No, I don't really care or believe about that, to be honest. The Trump administration delayed on arresting the sandwich guy so they could spend a bunch of money filming 30 officers raiding his apartment building to arrest him with pointing AR-15s at him or whatever. I don't really, it's not, I don't think we're at that point in the discourse. Here is the full 4K documentary footage. Wait, how long did this?
Back to the top.
I don't know. I don't think they're taking it that seriously. I wonder if those guys at the Israeli Music Festival right outside the border gate were actually protesting. That was them, like, protesting the injustice of the apartheid state. This is annoying. How do you think it feels for the people being detained?
Do your hips if you're from the 80s.
What would you rather these people do? Rather than this, stay at home. I don't know. It seems like it's just makes a mockery of the topic, to be honest. If you're gonna protest, you should protest. Oh, get a job? That might be nice.
For the next two, we're going to hold it in the bathroom with our knees. Not yet.
If I was an immigrant and I saw this outside my facility, I'd ask ICE to send me away. Oh, do you think that's the strategy? Like, this is the send-off to make the detained happy that they're being sent away? They're like, thank God, take me away from here. Hell yeah, brother. Chud aesthetics. Woke, you know. Act like a chud, think like a woke. I don't know. Feels like more of a pro-ICE demonstration. If you didn't have any signs to give it context, a bunch of people doing, like, jovial calisthenics outside of an ICE detention facility does kind of read like people being celebratory over the people being deported. It's really only the anti-ICE signs that give context to that. We're still so fucking complacent in this country, man. I've complained about this many times. I know it's not new. I'm not, like, being novel or whatever. It's just... There are countries where the average person has far less job security than the average American, far less money, they have far less food on the table, far less to look forward to economically, but they still go out there and protest, you know? Tons of people, they turn out in Hungary, Romania, Serbia, Greece, Italy, Spain, like loads and loads and loads of people, you know? But in America, even in Portland, a city which is like, again, Portland's like one of the most left cities you could get. Just, we're talking about like a city where you've no question at all on the political tendencies here. And it's just nothing. I mean, you get like occasional agitation outside the ICE facility, and it's, you know, Portland, they get rowdy here or whatever, but there's no meaningful protests, no shutdowns, nothing economic happening. Chud, South Korea mass protested, kicked their Trump out and threw him in a prison cell. Yeah. Yeah, Shootbang, but people in other countries have, like, in some cases, less economic security than we do, you know? Would you have us invade the building instead? Genuine question. If you want, you can look up, like, any protests being done in any other country as an example.
And we decided with some of the instructors and some of the members of that community that we just wanted to do something to melt fascism in our community and to melt ICE. We want to show the community that there's more love in this community. We're here to have fun and be playful. This is a serious issue, but we want to have fun while bringing people together. And making sure that it's, you know, that's just not fair. People should not be disappeared for no reason, no due process, and we want to shed light on that, but at the same time do it in a playful way so that we can continue to keep having energy to show up and take care of people who need that right now.
Our agents are kind of watching from the rooftop. What message do you hope they receive?
I hope they see that this is not okay. We're here to say, like, we're going to keep showing up for our community. This is not okay what you're doing, and we are going to, there's more, we're all out here. We have a lot of energy and love to bring, and we're going to keep taking care of our people. So back off.
I don't hate these people or anything. I just think that a lot of people don't really have many people in America, I think, that don't really have an understanding of what protests look like in other countries or what could be done to make that happen here. There's like so many steps removed. Calling Mark Carney's office at the moment, asking him to open all the dams in the Columbia River to destroy Portland. Hold on, that would fuck up a lot of Washington too. Hold the dams. Hold. Not fair. People should not be disappeared for no reason. But what if there was a reason? We know what protests look like in other countries. They look like barricades and fires everywhere. Yeah, but those tend to work. Usually, the way it escalates is enough people get together in, like, a public setting that the police have to overreact and crack down, and that leads to, like, widespread agitation, a continuation of the protests, you know. Whether you're talking, like, you could talk Hungary, you could talk Euromaidan, whatever else, the police are usually the ones who instigate, or at least significantly escalate the violence, and the success of the protest comes from, like, holding the government at odds with that, and allowing public dissatisfaction to build to a point where they have to make concessions. Especially given how weak the administration is right now. Like, the administration's been dumping all their fucking energy into ICE, but ICE can't do crowd control. They famously can't do crowd control. That's why they keep asking local police and military to back them up. Cringe can work sometimes. I'm not saying it's impossible to be like cringe during a protest. I just think that that doesn't mean all forms of cringe are acceptable. You know, you have people love to try to catch me in hypocrisy. So they're like, well, you know, I interpreted a heuristic from a previous statement of yours. Therefore, you're in contradiction with a previous statement based on that heuristic. And it's like, well, no, that wasn't a heuristic. That wasn't the heuristic you thought it was. I'm okay with, like, you know, being kind of goofy at protests. I just think that doesn't mean that, like, all forms of unseriousness or normal protests have gotten as much media attention, though. What do you mean? The only attention this is getting is some people on Twitter attacking it. Nobody paid attention to this. Also, the Baltic Way involved 2 million people forming a human chain. So again, like, it's kind of a numbers game, right? People used to actually show up. Yeah, if you're going to cringe, you have to cringe big. That is true. Again, I don't hate those people who are protesting. I just think that, you know, in America, a lot of people just have a very limited understanding of or imagination of what these protests look like. And by the way, I might be familiar with how good protests look in other countries. That does not mean I could, like, make one happen. It's kind of a problem of collective imagination, more so than it is a problem of individual imagination.
This is the morning after a truce. They say Bogomolny. Confrontation started just after dawn.
This doesn't really show the size of the crowds.
Of stones. A short distance away, one man firing a shotgun. We don't know what he was using for ammunition. These people had no faith in the government-declared ceasefire. The president said no more violence.
No, the president...
No. Sorry. These people were getting sniped. Yeah. We have an infinite patience for social murder and no stomach whatsoever for actual violence in this country, you know? The end to the ACA tax subsidies will kill many people. SNAP cuts will kill many people. The Medicaid cuts will kill many people. But these people will die quietly and anonymously, spread out all over the country. No attention will be paid to them. One protest, one big nation-disrupting protest, even a really big one, would cost significantly fewer lives. Orders of magnitude less. Far, far, far fewer. But that's evident violence. It's open violence. It's visible violence. So no one has any stomach for it, you know? As long as it's social murder, everyone's fine with it. Like the 500,000 people we've killed across the world because of the US aid cuts. Is the conclusion that Americans are just pussies? I don't think it's fundamental to Americans necessarily. I think this, as people get more comfortable, one might argue that the entire project of government is to make social murder acceptable and interpersonal murder intolerable. You know, the point is to make crime between the individuals in like a, you know, stochastic or just like random sense, basically invisible. You never see it. It doesn't happen. It used to be that shit happened all the time, man. In like, I don't know, medieval Europe, people fucking stab each other, whatever. Okay. Nowadays, it's far less common. But social murder, like the murder of people through neglect or through indifference or just through policy, that's very common, you know, very, very common. So maybe that's the whole project of government, to make us very accepting of one kind, so much so that it becomes invisible. After all, when a person dies on the street, how many people think of that as murder from the state, you know? When a person dies because they couldn't get access to life-saving medical care, how many people think of that as murder? They probably think of it as unfortunate or a tragedy, which is the same way we talk about a victim of a natural disaster. But it's not natural. We create these rules. That's true, but in France, Italy, and Greece, protests sure don't look that way. Yeah, that's true. We're also just huge pussies. I think they just tend to take it a lot more seriously.
Chanting, "We're all Palestinians" and "Stop genocide." Thousands of Italians gathered in central Rome in just one of the grassroots protests, blockades or strike actions taking place in 80 cities across Italy Monday, denouncing the war in Gaza. Transport services and a number of schools faced disruption amid the strikes, and striking dock workers blocked access roads to ports in Livorno and Genoa.
Why am I here? Because we must.
But Paris protests often don't achieve anything either. I would argue that the reason the French age of retirement is still what it is because of the French's propensity to strike and organize. I would argue that, yeah, like the French enjoy a standard of living they otherwise would not. If you want to see what things would look like if you had like a population with a roughly equivalent social welfare net but no desire to protest, look at the UK. Because the United Kingdom and France, a time ago, had a much more comparable state of social welfare, and now they do not. The NHS has been gutted, defunded, and privatized. I'm not saying France hasn't had problems, of course they have, but I would argue there have been benefits to the you know, French people's propensity for, you know, launching grenades into the house of people who propose they pay 0.02% more for their baguette. It's the protest from 8 months ago. What about Japan? I genuinely don't know if the people of Japan are capable of protest as a concept. They might be, they might not be. I have no idea. Is this in France? This is in Greece. In Japan, people riot if there are welfare cuts? Okay, that's good to know. America is a very unique country, parentheses, neg. Anglos? Maybe it's just Anglos. Maybe it's just Anglos. Protest a week ago in Serbia. Yeah, look at that. And Serbia is far less democratic than the United States is, you know? And it's not as though people in Serbia are all wealthy with, you know, guaranteed luxury amenities from the state. You know, these people risk a lot by potentially confronting police, but they show up in numbers so significant that, you know, any individual protester is quite safe. Even over in Portland, a very blue city, how many people actually show up at their famous protests? A couple hundred? Remember down in LA? The group of people that were running around outside the federal building downtown, maybe a couple thousand people at most, and that's in Los Angeles. Los Angeles County has a greater population than the entirety of Serbia. So Serbia can turn up and flood a main square like this, but LA County, with double the population, can turn out a couple thousand people for a military occupation outside the ICE facility. Again, it's just people don't care, right? It's complacency at the end of the day. It's complacency. We all have to go to work, unfortunately. So do they. They also have to go to work. At least 1 in 3 Serbs have a job. How much of this stems from city planning? It's there to an extent, but I really think complacency is the big part of it. Small Gaza protest in Hamburg. Oh, I'm glad they're having fun. Well, Vosh, give us some solutions. Fuck you. I can't solve this. Are you kidding me? For what? Mass complacency? Come on. It's not a matter of comfort because people in other comfortable countries still come out and protest in greater numbers. I think in America, it's toxic individualism, you know? Nobody in America believes in a greater social project. In other countries like Serbia, France, Hungary, Spain, whatever, people might believe in a collective common culture, a belief that there's something to link arms with, you know, with your neighbor over, right? There are things you get out, you might know your neighbor, you might care about some greater effort. But in America, everyone's so self-centered. The only thing they can think about is like, well, will this affect me negatively? And the benefit for you personally going out to a protest is pretty negligible, right? Just not. The No Kings support protest drew a higher percent of the total population in protest in Canada than the USA No Kings did. That's so embarrassing. The pity sister protest for the American protest in Canada got higher numbers percentage-wise. Jesus fuck. It really is toxic American individualism. Probably also about union structure. You're all pitching a lot of potential contributing factors, but I think it comes down to the culture of individualism. I think you could fix every other thing that might cause it, and you would just be like rounding numbers in the margin, you know? Fuck, even a lot of the like more socially oriented lefty people don't do anything, you know? or don't believe in, I guess, the ability for anything to change. Oh, hey, Merrick. I do think people are scared too. Our police and military are violent and perceived as very, very violent. Sure, but like people turn out and protest in countries like, you know, Serbia, Ukraine. There are other, you know, there are third world countries where people show up. I just don't think there's anything like the Black Lives Matter protests were incredibly low violence for the number of people who participated. American police are scary in the sense that like if they pull you over at a traffic stop and your hand slightly shifts on the wheel as you like white knuckle the top of it, they shoot you. But in terms of like crowd control situations, I don't really think the police are uniquely violent compared to a lot of other countries. Crowd control situations or I should say crowd control tactics in different countries all kind of boil down to the same thing, right? You corral people and then you fire the tear gas and run in and beat like women to death or whatever, right? Fun stuff like that. But it's pretty much the same everywhere. I don't know. But people are, I mean, yeah, people are pussies. I agree. Including me, you know, we're all in the soup. We're all in the dang soup. Don't forget police have agent provocateurs in the crowd. Sure, but they have that in other countries too. I just, again, like I just, at the end of the day, no matter what, even in this country, if a bunch of people turned out to protest, and by a bunch of people, I mean a lot of people, like in countries like Serbia and Greece, it's not that uncommon for a significant percentage of the population of the country to turn out and protest, 10, 20%. So get 30 million Americans in the street. That's less than 10%. I know it sounds incomprehensible, but it's not. It's not. It happened with BLM. BLM just was aimless and didn't accomplish anything. It wasn't really challenging any actual power structures. I mean, what was BLM looking to accomplish? You know, solidarity, I suppose. Anti-police, but what were they doing? Showing up at police stations? I mean, in Minneapolis, they burnt one down, and that was based in red-pilled. But outside of that, I don't know, some scuffles over in Portland. Nothing really accomplished. Vosh, the biggest population in America has less than 10% of the population. Yeah, but you would turn out in multiple places. A good protest shows up in multiple places. The No Kings protest shouldn't have ended. Yeah, but I don't know. Nobody who went to the No Kings protest was willing to actually, like, duke it out. You know what I mean? They literally left at 5. People have jobs, but people have jobs in other countries, too. Some Greeks work. Some Italians work. Some Spaniards work. You know? Howard Chat's still making these arguments when Canada's pity protest literally had a higher percentage of people coming out, and it's the same spread out population density as the USA. Yeah, I just think nobody likes the idea of accepting it being a cultural issue because that sounds so nebulous and difficult to fix. If it's an urbanist issue, then maybe if we just build more walkable urban city centers, then we'll finally beat the Trump administration, you know. But I like at the end of the day, we're dealing with something that's borderline ephemeral. It's difficult to address. Bosch is just mad people don't want to LARP violently. Man, we just looked at a bunch of big protests across the world, you know? Is that LARPing? They weren't even being violent. They were just turning up in large enough numbers. Protests can't work unless you're doing something to destabilize the country. If enough people protest, that's innately destabilizing. That's why strikes are destabilizing. It doesn't have to be violent, you know? The police can move protesters away from blocking an ICE facility if there are 2,000 people there. If there are 200,000 people there, they can't. They lose that ability. And LA County has enough people to turn up 200,000 in downtown. By a lot. That's like, what, fucking 2-3% of the population of LA County? If 200,000 people showed up down there in downtown, then there's nothing the police could have done. The police basically would have just been like, yeah, okay, yep. All right. Could have, sure, I will just wait for it to clear out, you know? No. Does posting a link twice get me muted? It depends on how annoying the link is. Did the Vietnam protests work, or were they kind of useless? Not all protests work. The anti-Iraq war protests were massive, and they didn't work. But just because those don't work doesn't mean you shouldn't do them, you know? Also, I would argue that a lot of the protests against the Iraq and Vietnam War suffered from the same issue fundamentally. The most effective protests in American history, for the most part, were related to the civil rights movement and were related to the like union movement, you know, workers' rights back at the turn of the century. And usually that's because those protests were either extremely effective and well coordinated, or they were highly disruptive. Like a lot of those pro-worker rights protests were downright violent, like explicitly violent on both sides, and we all know the history there. You know, Blair Mount, whatever the fuck. We've all heard those stories, you know, from the early labor movement days. But with the civil rights movement as well, those protests weren't broadly violent, you know, from the protester side. The police were extremely violent, but they were very effective and well coordinated. A lot of the anti-Vietnam War protests were just respectfully hippies and students who nobody cares about. Nobody on earth cares about the opinions of hippies and students, okay? It's possible that like mass movements, mass strike breaking or striking or you know, like a work breaking could have done something there, but you know, I would have to, I'm not an expert. I don't know as much on the anti-Vietnam War protests as I would need to like critique. Impeach Schumer. That's also true. Yeah. Unironically, it's the rot of individualism. I agree. Also, that's one of the reasons why, like, I am hugely in favor of hierarchical organizations when it comes to managing protests. I don't want protests to just be a big uncoordinated blob of people. The civil rights protests were effective because those people were fucking trained. They were like an army. I mean, they were extremely regimented, and it worked. You know, I promise you, nobody is happier than the deep state over the sort of prevailing idea that the best way to conduct a protest is just anything goes, no worries, everyone just show up, it doesn't matter, don't let anyone tell you how to run things. Fuck that. Sorry, anyway, I'm just complaining mostly. Anyway, like I said at the beginning, or like I said close to the beginning, I'm not mad at those, I'm not that mad at those like protesters. I just think they're a little misguided. Vosh, you can't claim to be a pro-local community-based organizing while also pretending local protests don't do anything. Sorry, the straw man argument that you're addressing is down the hall and to the left. What the fuck are you talking about? I've never said local protests don't do anything. You can't, I'm sorry, you're engaged in a different, you've had too much of a conversation up here, and now it's not the same one as what's going on out here. What does a peaceful protest solve? Protests can be peaceful. In fact, I think in almost all cases they should be. Things often escalate because of the police, but I am in favor of peaceful protest. But peaceful protest can still be disruptive. When do you think the USA lost its sense of unity and succumbed to individualism? I don't know, 1776? This brain rot has been around for a long time. We literally populated the western half of the country via homesteading. Like, the rot has been in place for a long time, you know? It did not start in the 1980s, guys. American individualism has been like an exceptional attribute of our country for a long time. It's been like we've been unique in this respect Like the No Kings protests were against plenty of shit, but they weren't for anything. Well, they also aren't disruptive at all. What do they accomplish? The No Kings protests can't do anything and won't do anything because what are they, right? A reminder that Trump is unpopular with some maybe couple thousand people in every town? Okay. He doesn't care. The most effective way of determining the popularity of a president is through polling, and the polling indicates he's very unpopular. He was last term, too. Who cares? Who's being told this? Him? Is it an indication to him? Can you give an example of peaceful disruptive protests? I imagine a lot of what the civil rights movement did. Also, we looked at examples from other countries, right? A lot of what happens in France, Italy, Greece, those protests are peaceful, you know. They are very disruptive because they have numbers so significant, they basically shut down the city, you know? If you have enough people, just protesting itself becomes disruptive. Not 20 people on a sidewalk outside a federal building, you know? 20,000 people flooding a city square, that'll do it. But No Kings and Millions? And what do they disrupt? Protests like this can be used as a recruitment tool. Please don't argue with the version of me that exists in your head. I'm not saying I'm anti-smaller protests. Protests have to build. What I'm saying is our president is openly dismantling the Constitution and has been. Every day he goes up, he says, I want to use the military to invade American cities. I think my political enemies should be arrested and deported. In other countries, this kind of shit, the whole of DC would be on fire by now. But here, everyone is so fucking quiet. He's literally sent the military to city. Like, it's insane. No one fucking cares. It's not just, well, people need to build sentiment. There are well over 100 million politically active adults in this country who despise Trump. Easily over 100 million. Do you see them on the streets? It is a problem with complacency and a lack of collective imagination. It's not about like, well, you can build sentiment or support with local protest. No, the support already exists. People just aren't doing anything. That's complacency. I think people are scared to speak up. They could get killed. No, they're not going to get killed if they speak up. Come on. That's not how that works. Take it from me, a guy whose job is talking online, okay? Well, anyway. Lots of rambling. This topic always depresses me. I don't know how it couldn't. Everyone's got a goddamn opinion, huh? Can you give us any individual ways we can improve the situation? No. You hear Hassan got his phone tracked in Beijing by a Chinese cop? I did not hear that, but that's not surprising to me. It's all protest laws stifling the effectiveness of real protest. I mean, yeah, you're not going to get much done protesting if every No Kings protest is submitted in triplicate a month beforehand to the local city council and everyone's given permission to protest until exactly 6 p.m. And then at 6 p.m. everyone leaves immediately and that's it. That was the protest. The only purpose of a protest like that is to remind everyone that there are people who dislike Trump, but everyone knows that. You know, it doesn't really accomplish anything. His unpopularity is widely known. We get that through polling data. More effectively through polling data, you know? That's true, Masayu. Yeah, it doesn't help that we don't really have any organizing leadership. Though again, I don't think they do in like France either, you know? Not for those protests. Bosch do a joint protest with Assange, show your audience how to resist their agoraphobic tendencies. I don't think that's a bad idea. However, I will note that usually when I get messages like this, it's from ass-mad people who don't like the fact that my arguments are convincing. So in a vacuum, the sentiment of like go out there and protest, of course, sure, right. I would never disagree with that. However, you have been arguing with me extensively, largely with a straw man version of my argument. So it seems like it's a kind of final act of deference to me. You're now saying, well, you know, having failed to counter your arguments, now I will simply imply that you're being hypocritical and lazy by not going and doing it yourself. If you had done that in a vacuum, it would be a different thing. But now it comes across like a change in strategy. I'm sorry, folks. I'm allowed to have opinions on protests, you know? I have strong opinions on protests. I've long had strong opinions on protests. I remember fondly years ago arguing with people who didn't understand why I dislike Antifa so much. You know, it's not it's not new to me. I've been in the trenches. Would you be a leftist if you didn't have opinions on protests? No. It's a prerequisite. It would be nice to have that, Messiah. I'm a newcomer. Why don't you like Antifa? I think they're counterproductive LARPers for the most part. Not really achieving much. Usually just a lightning rod for opposition propaganda. How about a bit of good news? We're finally getting a blue tar. Dems score huge redistricting victory in Utah as judge overrules GOP legislature and orders a map with a new Harris plus 24, Utah 1, guaranteeing Dems a one-seat pickup. Well, we'll see how bad the presidential candidate in 2028 is. Yeah, no, where Salt Lake City is finally getting a blue rep at long last. A one-seat pickup, but every pickup counts. Every pickup counts. Finally, blue tar. Woke Lake City. But then you like protests in France, you know that's Antifa, right? No, it isn't. Don't. That doesn't make sense on multiple levels. You live in Salt Lake City, Merrick? When'd you move there? In June? Damn, recent. Republicans tried to draw one Dem plus 5 and one Republican plus 5 seat, and it was not enough for the judge. I mean, I understand what they're doing here, or what they're trying to do. It's pretty hard to erase Salt Lake City entirely, you know? Gibson approved an alternative proposal drawn by the League of Women Voters of Utah and Mormon Women for Ethical Government. Fuck, that's funny. How long have they been fighting over this? 2018 ballot measure. Matt McPherson, a Republican state rep, denounced the ruling as a gross abuse of power and announced he would pursue impeachment proceedings against Gibson. Oh my God. Let me get the corresponding video. A 1-seat pickup's a pretty big deal. Hopefully it sticks.
This is breaking news from KSL.
We do have breaking news on this Tuesday morning. The ruling is in on Utah's redistricting fight. Just after midnight, the 3rd Judicial District Court ruled in favor of the voters that are suing the state over Utah's political maps and accepted their map going forward for Utah's congressional elections.
News specialist Brian Carlson is live on Capitol Hill this morning with more on that. Brian, break this ruling down for us.
Well, Lorraine Chapman, I've got the ruling right here, all 89 pages, and essentially here the court is saying that Utah's efforts to redraw the state's political maps unfairly favor the Republicans. And the new maps going forward will keep Salt Lake County in one congressional district. So here's what that new map will look like. In the lawsuit, this is called Map 1. You see each of Utah's 4 congressional districts represented in different colors. The main thing to look at is D1 there in orange. According to the ruling, that's the boundary for Utah's 1st congressional district and will include all of Salt Lake County and part of Utah County. That's important because Salt Lake County leans more Democratic than the rest of the state. This map was submitted by the plaintiffs in this case, the League of Women Voters of Utah. Now you compare that to Map C, you see here, that had been approved last month by the state legislature. It splits up Salt Lake County between districts 2 and 3. Judge Diana Gibson ruled that
they really did try to split up the whole city like a pizza. I guess it's easier to do when you only have one real city and 4 districts to split it up amongst.
Map C unfairly favors Republicans and adopted Map 1 instead for Utah's elections beginning in the 2026 elections. Now, the court also ruled in favor of voters who argued against the process that Utah also adopted last month for redrawing these maps. This backs up the 2018 law that voters passed called Prop 4, calling for maps to be fair and not to favor one political party. Live here from Capitol Hill, Brian Carlson, KSL 5 News. Back to you.
Brian, thank you for that.
Oh, somebody in chat said apparently that this battle has already been taken up to the Supreme Court in 2023. So it's pretty much set. Like this isn't going to get challenged. Map C is District 1 lean D, 3 lean R, 1 to 2 safe R. At least now we have 1 safe D. Hello? Nice audio. Well, every seat pickup makes a difference, especially since the Republicans only have, what, 3 seats over us in the House? Of course, with the way the Democrats have been behaving lately, who knows what kind of fucking, you know, they'll always find just enough traitor Democrats in the House to get whatever the fuck they want passed through. Ugh. Still mad about that. Don't House Dems vote way better than the Senate, though? Yeah, I wonder if that's just because there's no filibuster. Like, if there was a filibuster in the House, I wonder how many previously absent, mysterious, you know, revolving door villain-ass traitor Dems there would be. Always enough to get it through, you know? Maybe I'll fuck around and run. Are you Mormon, Merrick? They draw straws if they have to. Yeah, totally impartial process. Everyone's been losing their minds, by the way, over that. Over the traitor Dems, essentially. Yeah, Schumer is the most unpopular Democratic leader, I believe, in history. Everyone, I'm getting recommended videos everywhere. Jon Stewart's furious. CNN, MSNBC, every like mainstream outlet that's even remotely Democrat leading. Everybody is unhappy with, and I've seen like the libshit chorus YouTubers as well, your Brian Tyler Cohens or whatever, which again, I'm frustrated here because like the thing that just happened with the Democrats in the Senate is exactly what lefties have been saying for years now, which is it's not enough to just pick up Democrat seats over Republican. They need to be the right Democrats. They need to be principled progressive advocates for these policies that we like, because otherwise, ideologically, there is really not that much that separates the average Democrat Republican from the average Democrat senator from the average Republican senator. You know, like you can't. argue over and over against the cringe lefties that, you know, oh no, Schumer's actually holding the fort down there, and then suddenly act shocked when he facilitates a traitorous move like this. Ezra Klein got mad at this after advocating running anti-abortion Dems in red states. I really do hate these people. Yeah, they're all in favor of capitulation when it gets them their fucking YouTube views and Substack subscriptions or whatever. But then when it leads to an actual consequence, yeah, like these are the people encouraging you to take the scorpion with you across the river. And then when the scorpion stings, they're like, whoa, what the fuck, man? Why didn't anyone tell me about the stinger? Ugh. Did you see Thune use the cave to sneak in an insane provision to the budget they passed? No. What? Republican senators put a provision in the leg branch appropriations bill to let themselves sue for millions in taxpayer money over January 6 wiretaps. The provision is retroactive to 2022. Making eligible the 8 lawmakers whose phone records were subpoenaed by investigators. Every violation would be worth at least $500,000 in any legal claim, according to the bill language. Phenomenal. Democrats voted for this. I know it won't happen, but is it not possible to just vote out Schumer? Yeah, but they won't, because enough Democratic senators like him that they'll keep him. Why would they do that? They're all aware. It's not just Schumer, man. This is what we're saying. You need a transformational project. Schumer's just the head fall guy, you know? If Schumer was removed, the next person to take over after him, how do you think he's been in this position for so long? You know? He's been politically active for decades. It wasn't exactly a surprise who he was when he was elected, head of Senate Democrats.
It's all in the hands of the House now. The Senate has passed a bill to end the longest government shutdown in U.S. history. The House is expected to vote on it as soon as tomorrow, but the deal is deepening the divide among Democrats after 8 of their members broke ranks to pass the bill with Senate Republicans. Democrats didn't get the main thing that they've been holding out for, an extension of Obamacare credits that would keep health insurance costs from soaring. What they did get was a promise from Senate Republicans to hold a vote on it after the shutdown deal passed late last night. Some Democrats did not hide their frustration.
What just happened in the Senate chamber was an absolute disgrace. I can't stress it enough. I'm just so pissed off at just what's going to happen to so many people. So we'll get to the political ramifications and whatnot. But right now, just coming out from this vote, you know, I'm sad for so many that we weren't able to help.
Much of the furor among Democrats is being directed at their Senate leader, Chuck Schumer. He didn't.
But again, how sincere are these criticisms when they're not being offered in conjunction with a demand that Schumer resign? The idea, like demanding Schumer resign, would not be politically damaging at all. He's extremely unpopular. But if you're not calling for his resignation, and how many Democratic senators, by the way, are calling for Schumer's resignation? Do you know?
Vote for the deal, but some say he didn't hold the line either, and it's time for him to go.
He's the leader of the Senate. This deal would never have happened if he had not blessed it. It's time for him to be replaced. He is not meeting the moment. He's out of touch with where the party's base is.
Meantime, as the shutdown drags on, it's still causing...
Yeah, not even Bernie's calling for Schumer's resignation. Ro Khanna is the only one I've seen. Ro Khanna is a representative.
Travel chaos for millions of Americans. More than 1,000 flights already canceled today, with the FAA set...
Close enough. No, those are two very different institutions. Literally only one. Who's the one senator?
To ramp up cuts to air traffic from 4% to 6% today at 40 major airports. Kate?
Let's talk about the state of things and where this is headed on Capitol Hill. Joining us right now is Democratic Congressman Jake Auchincloss of Massachusetts. Congressman, thanks for being here. You have said that you are a no on this deal. Why is it not enough? Why is this not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good then?
Good morning. Thanks for having me on. It's not even good. I mean, there's no perfect and good here. It's caving. And not a single win was delivered for the middle class. The middle class was very clear in 2024 when Donald Trump won his election, and very clear again this week in the New Jersey and Virginia and Georgia and New York elections, that affordability is the mandate. If you are a politician, you either lower prices or you perish. And so before this shutdown happened, along with other members of the House, I laid out a series of ways.
Here's the current list, but no senators or AOC. Or Bernie. 10 congressional Democrats, 5 Democratic-aligned organization, and 6 Democratic Senate candidates calling for Chuck Schumer to resign as leader. Oh, there's Rashida Tlaib. That's quite nice. Where's AOC?
Ways that we might lower prices for the middle class. It was reversing the worst of the Medicaid cuts. It was a vote on the tariffs to rescind some of these inflationary measures. And none of it got done. And as Democrats look forward to January, when we're going to be doing this whole rodeo all over again, we had better have a strategy that we can deliver on for the middle class, because voters want to see politicians get stuff done to lower prices.
Right.
Agreement.
No.
I hear Senator Shaheen's point that Republicans have had 15 years to propose another way to expand health care coverage and
if they didn't think they could pass it. On the other hand, the Democrats are going to be unified accordingly and appropriately against the legislation because of health care. And so I think that's how it will happen. But I think there's a bigger issue here that comes out of this, Wolf, and the simple point is, while a lot of people are thinking about who's up, who's down, the Republicans showed their true colors here. They're willing to go to the Supreme Court to deny kids food while they're...
Yeah, man, the colors definitely weren't shown when they were shutting the government down for the longest period in history exclusively to not re-up those tax credits for ACA premiums. Jesus Christ.
They're also willing to cut and deny their parents health care. And that issue
Isn't this the dude that basically fucked over Americans after 2008? Again, it's a big club and you're not in it. It's not just Schumer. If Schumer was voted out, they would just vote in another Schumer. It's the revolving door villain theory. The ultimate agenda of the Democratic Party at like a top level is to keep the country more or less stable so capital owners can continue to rape you and your dog to death. The Republicans are just less competent and louder about it. So Schumer's currently the fall guy. Maybe he gets voted out, whatever. Sure, they'll just get another guy in. Give him, no, just don't worry. It'll take another 2 decades for people to get sick of his shtick for long enough that he gets voted out, you know?
Doesn't disappear. And in fact, the president's own pollster said the health care issue is going to be dangerous for the House Republicans. So I think actually, while there's the issue of ACA,
you just made 10 million
and
Chuck Schumers.
Opening up the government, when it's all said and done, the Republicans actually took a lot of bruises here that are going to continue to play through the election.
Who's even behind Schumer? Capital interests, Israel.
I'm joined now by New York Democratic Congressman Richie Torres. Let me just pick up, if I can, Congressman, where she left off and get your sense of it. Do you think that the shutdown is about to end?
The shutdown will end, but the deal that was negotiated is a raw deal for working families. If I could vote against it twice, I would. A deal that requires Republicans to concede nothing and Democrats to concede everything is not actually a deal. It's an unconditional surrender. It's not actually a negotiation. It's a complete capitulation to Donald Trump. So as far as I'm concerned, the agreement is a failure because it fails to prevent 24 million Americans from seeing their premiums more than double. It fails to prevent 4 million Americans from losing their health care altogether. It fails to prevent hospitals everywhere in America from losing $30 billion in...
How's Torres correct on this? He's been shifting left for a little while. Probably he's read the writing on the wall, I suppose. He's noticed it, and is interested in keeping his job for longer than a couple years, you know?
Funding and over 300,000 jobs. It fails to lower the cost of healthcare for the American people fighting. But the fact that a few Democratic defectors would surrender to Donald Trump after the resounding rejection of Donald Trump in the 2025 election is utterly baffling. Like, that is not a show of strength, it's a show of weakness. And weakness will only embolden Donald Trump.
It's so frustrating seeing, like, across the media landscape, so many people reacting to this, and it is forbidden for anyone to propose, what if Schumer and the Senate Dems are just puppets of capital and they were interchangeable? They were selected, essentially, to be the fall guys for allowing the government to reopen because the government not being reopened was disruptive to too many wealthy and powerful people. And that way they get to do it without Trump capitulating, which he was never going to do. No one gets to, I mean, I know it's like, oh, lefty slop, lefty slop, lefty slop. Oh, how do you say that, you really believe that? I do believe that. Well, I not only do I believe that, I think it's also the most logical explanation. It's by far the easiest. I keep saying Occam's razor, but I feel like sometimes people just march uphill with this, No. All these people keep doing bizarrely contradictory, unwise, irrational things, and then their explanations for them make no sense. And if you assume they're just operating as, shiftless agents of capital, then it all makes sense. But it can't be that. So we have to invent these ridiculous theories that, people who have been in government for decades and decades genuinely think Republicans are going to vote yes on an ACA tax credit extension in 1 month. Like, even though they've said explicitly that they won't. That makes more sense. Them not talking about it is a pretty dead giveaway that it's on the money. Yeah, that is true. You'd think otherwise they would, like, incredulously suggest it a little bit, but the fact that it's too on the money, so it's like, well, no, we can't even posit it, because if we did, it would make way too much sense to people, If we actually, like, follow that line of reasoning, we would convince people into it. Jeffries and Schumer should be booed out of every public space. Yeah, just keep in mind that if they were, they would be replaced by the same guy right after. Do I want to talk about the Ghislaine Maxwell thing right now? Nah, I kind of don't. I'm kind of pissed about all this, man. What do you think about this? Apparently, Mamdani disapproves of Ossa primarying Jeffries. Oh, yeah, I saw this. I want more info on this. The New York Times is an evil organization run by evil people, largely Zionists, deeply evil. And they've been antagonistic towards Mamdani's campaign for months and months now. So their framing of the issue is that, well, here. Against Mamdani's wishes, Gen Z councilman plans to challenge Jeffries. Chi Ossa, a New York City councilman, has told allies he's preparing to challenge Rep. Hakeem Jeffries, the Democratic leader of the House. And allegedly, Mamdani has said that he doesn't want that because he doesn't want an overly aggressive wave of antagonism from New York to come across as like a challenge to the Democrats in a way that would threaten his ability to govern as mayor. Like, the alleged reason is that Mamdani's worried that too much aggression from his camp would make it impossible for mainstream Democrats to work with him when he's going to need that cooperation from Albany. That being said, this is a take from the New York Times, and I don't trust them at all. I want to see how it plays out. There are, like, charitable versions of these arguments from Mamdani and from Ossa that I think I could agree with. At the very best, maybe it could be a situation where both people are in the right in their own ways. Reasonable arguments, then things could play towards either direction, depending on who you believe is more competent or who has the better mandate or who has more ability. But I don't want to get that information from here. Does that make sense? Like, I would like to know, I guess, more about it than I'm going to get from, like, yeah, Corpo Slop News. Mamdani has privately tried to discourage his ideological ally from running. The mayor-elect and his team fear another high-profile challenge from the left might compromise his own bid to push the Democratic establishment to support his affordability agenda. Mamdani also may want to avoid the optics of having Mr. Ossett challenge the White House, the House Democratic leader, who endorsed Mr. Mamdani in October after months of negotiation. This is speculation. The disagreement caused Mr. Ossett to be disinvited from Mamdani's election party, according to two people familiar with the matter, even though he has been a frequent presence at Mamdani's campaign events. Instead, Mr. Ossett said he spent the night, quote, with my constituents at DSA events celebrating Zoran's incredible win. Mamdani on Monday sidestepped questions about Mr. Ossett, saying he was solely focused on preparing for his inauguration and would keep his, quote, opinions just to the work of the transition. Mr. Ossett's plans to challenge Jeffries were first reported by the New York Post. Okay. Yeah, again, I would like more information from both parties. If there is beef between them, but Ossett still is, quote, celebrating Zoran's incredible win, that tells me that whatever disagreements there might be between them, it's possible they've resolved them or might resolve them amicably. Again, it is possible for them to have different priorities and you know, it's still resolved to sort of make it both work. We'll find out more in the future, I imagine. We'll see. All right. I'm kind of in a bad mood after all the protesting. Fucking goddamn, so much momentum was lost 2 days ago. I would like to take a gigantic steaming piss, and then let's play some more E33, huh? We need to stick it around for a while, after all, because Katie Wilson vote drop. Katie Wilson vote drop tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Today. Today is tomorrow. We're probably going to get a decisive finish today. Like, today's the day we find out, like, what the margins are, you know? Today is tomorrow. Let me pee. Ah! It caught on the rug again. The wheel. I gotta put some grippers underneath the rug. Stop! Oh my god. Yeah, I got some. 1 second. Every time I try to use the restroom now, I get assaulted by my beautiful partner who has cats, you know? I go out there and my beautiful partner is like, look at this cat, look at this cat, look at this cat, you know? I try to move quickly. Good problem to have. Yeah, there are, I suppose, worse things that could happen to a person. Potentially. One moment. Game capture on. It could be puppies. Puppies are stinkier than kitties, you know? Just a general trait of cats. They smell very clean, you know? I wonder if it's a fur type thing. Puppies smell amazing. I guess I've never really smelled a puppy. I've just smelled, like, big dogs. And dogs always smell kind of, you know. Well, they smell like dogs, yeah. Cats clean themselves. Yeah, but I don't really understand how that works. Like, cats' breaths stinky. So how the hell does them licking themselves all over? How the hell does that de-stink them? You know? Okay, folks, we're part of a... Okay, we're in a strange fantasy world, and we're part of an expedition to save people from a goddess called the Paintress. And we're... Yeah, I don't know how the fuck to summarize this plot. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Okay? What matters most is that we're playing as a woman with bare feet. And her running animation shows off her grippers. Enemy? Okay. Alright, forestall your own death then. I don't fucking care. I don't care when you die. Exactly. I see an item over here. I'll just take that. The dogs are out.
Great.
New Pictos. Plus 1 AP on jump counterattack. Sure. Yeah, we want to get our shit, don't we? Mail. Okay. Replace. Does Vosh sound like he's coming from another room, or is that just me? I mean, according to my audio interface, I sound normal. Do I not sound normal? Do I sound bad? A little quiet, but otherwise fine. All right, okay, buddy. Really? Okay, so I just can't get you then. I assume? Because I feel like that was right at the edge. Well, are you coded to dodge? Like automatically? Yeah, okay, you are. You are for sure. You are 100%. I'll be back for you. Game's gonna give me some new tech or whatever. Ooh, another big boy, I think. I assume. Is there a ranged attack? Yes, but it doesn't initiate fights. You can get him? I don't want to hear that. Mods! Hello? Oh, you're like the curator. Riveting. Oh, I thought he was about to turn to dust like the old man in Smiling Friends for a second. When that audio played, he's just been standing there for 1,000 years. You talk to him, what's up? I don't remember. Oh, cinematic aspect ratio. What's going on?
Wow.
Wow.
That's a lot of dead Nevrons.
Who did?
Huh? I don't see any.
I think they mean us.
They must be Jestrels. They're cute, but they're idiots.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
Hey, we're not Nevrons!
Are they cute?
Take cover!
Clunky combo, huh? Oh, right, jump. That's the jump. That's the okay, that's the hit. That's the... Okay, yep, okay. Clunky... All right. We did some work there. We did some work there, you know. All right, what are you vulnerable to? Fire, maybe? You know what? Not... Okay, resistant to lightning. That's not good for me. And my white ass. Yeah, we don't care for that. Okay. How about ice? Let's try ice. Fire? Fire! I was right. Okay. Nice. That was good.
Storm is coming. Feel the burn.
We're toasting. We are toasting. The overcharge does lightning damage, so maybe we should avoid that. From fire, medium ice damage, 3 hits, heals self if target is burning. But they are burning. That was also a fuck ton of damage. Holy shit. All the mutes? Yeah, reminder to all the fine people in chat. Again, I feel like this should be intuitive, but I don't want to know anything about the game. I'm experiencing it myself, okay? I'm just here chatting about it with... You're like my buddies on the couch. We're hanging out together. And I'm playing a game. And you haven't played it before either. So you can say stuff like, whoa, that's cool, but you can't say stuff like, the most optimal way to defeat this boss is... Yeah, I'm just saying. Parasocial much? It's the only language you people understand, okay?
Danger!
Ow. Kind of thought that would be a jump, you know? That was danger. I agree completely. No, 100%. Well, let's get your lazy ass up. I wonder how much that blocks. Probably like 100%. Oh, that didn't block even close to 100% of damage. Whoa! Yeah. Could have called that one, I feel. That was messy. You're dead. No, you explode. Okay, yeah.
Don't worry. We don't want to hurt you, Patat. Noko sent us.
Kapatate. Oh, de noko te kepate. Oh, hati noko ke parka debe sakapatate.
If you guide us to your village...
Lero marico.
Oh, fwa.
Okay, deal. Pero kare mi bossa kapatat. Ni sugama bi de virageo.
Guide us to your village and maybe he'll make you something better.
Don't make promises. Wait, on my behalf.
Trust me. I hate liars.
Okay, deal.
Deal.
Gama vive. Leko gami sakapatat. I gomi haro putu.
I trust him with my life. I don't trust this guy at all. Not even slightly. I hate him.
Complicated.
That's such a red flag, man. That's some Makima shit right there. Why do you like this creature so much? Easier to control. Why is Gustav so hot? You and I have different priorities. Lumina learned. Oh my god, so much shit is happening. Can I upgrade my weapons from here? No, I cannot. I have to go to camp. We'll do that later. Pretty ass game. Okay, go that way or this way. White guys, they proceed through E33 like this. The black guys, oh shit, they go through E33 like this. Okay, well. Fight! Do we know why she's always barefoot? Do you question all the good things in life? Why it's so grippy?
This will be useful.
I'm not even a foot guy. I'm telling you, it's about the broader package. I bet... Okay, these guys are probably also... It's a fire thing, right? Yeah, let's switch to She's tastefully attractive. What the fuck does that mean? Tastefully attractive. What does that mean? What would be distastefully attractive? You know who I feel bad for? Because this is like a real thing. I feel bad for fat ass black women who get into like teaching, and then people post pictures of them and like, this is an elementary school teacher. Is it appropriate for elementary school teachers to dress that way? And they're literally wearing like a dress that covers their whole body. They just have a huge ass, you know? Like what the fuck is she supposed to do about that? Okay. Go back to being gun bitch. Fuck. That's a catapult? Huh. What is this?
A storm is coming.
1,000 damage. Jesus Christ. Fires its cannon. Whoa. Nice. Ow. Ow. Ow.
I'll do it. A storm is coming.
Dodged. Easily dodged. Wasn't even a... Dude, he's fucking shaking it. Look at that. God damn.
Please survive.
Fuck, I thought I did that in time. Whoops.
Ready to evade. Places. Get ready.
Nice. Okay. Did you just try to parry that? Try? Did I try to parry that? Buddy, 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 buddy.
Feel the burn.
He's got a lot of health.
Finesse and grace.
Swift stride.
On fire.
Boing.
Careful, my eye.
Fuck.
I'll do it.
Fuck.
Brace yourselves.
You too? I'm never dodging that. I'm never dodging that shit, man. It doesn't matter how many times I try, I'm never dodging it. New weapon, Trebuchet. Element, lightning, vitality, luck. Okay, okay. If we're fighting fire enemies, I feel like we should diversify our skill set a little bit. Do I actually want to do that? Because that sounds like making decisions. Can you make the guy barefoot? No, unfortunately. I'm really sorry. I know that's a huge oversight by the developers, but yeah, no, you can't make the guy barefoot. I'm sorry, really. I'm sorry. Ooh, light spell. God damn it, there are so many branching pathways. Okay, hold on. We'll go up here then. What's up here? Alright, game, tell me I'm a good boy for seeing the hidden path. Yes!
Nice.
New Pictos, plus 1 AP on battle start. Oh, that's nice. I like that. Who gets that? One of my only complaints about this game is that the dungeons don't have mini-maps. I could go for one. Yeah, I could definitely go for a mini-map. I lose track of my position pretty quickly. Skill issue? That is true. It is a skill. This is just one guy? One guy? So what does this do? Oh. Okay. So we can't fire catapult anymore?
Feel the burn.
What are you gonna do?
Get ready.
Hidden blade? What the hell?
Brace yourselves.
Okay, we're gonna try to dodge. Oh, we try. Oh, we try.
Nice.
Another Pictos? Oh my god. I can't even keep up. Just trying to absorb all the fucking energy. Oh, all the way back. Hey! I wonder if this does work. Nope. I'll deal with you later. Alright. How are we doing, chat? Apart from the whole, like, massive loss of momentum. Oh, hello. The Democrats forced on us. Because they're evil. How are we doing? No, go that. Oh. How do I dislodge myself? Oh, there we go.
An advantage.
Another Pictos? Oh my god. I'm juggling so much right now. I'm doing the best I can. Aren't we all? Just got back from a walk around the neighborhood as you suggested, and it was glorious. Felt the sun on my skin, ate a hot dog, picked up trash beside the street, thank you. No need to thank me, my friend. You're the one who put the work in. I haven't gone on a walk today. Thank you. Did Wilson win? Odds are looking pretty good for Wilson winning by a very narrow margin, but the vote drop today at 4 p.m. PT is going to cement that anticipation. No, I have not seen the birth rate video by Philosophy Tube. Sorry, I have not gotten around to it yet. Okay, wait. I want to see... I think the other path I could have taken through here just leads around to the same place. But I want to double check that to make sure I'm not missing any super secret. Okay, that's the same place. Probably not worth a watch. I wouldn't say that. Philosophy Tube has put out good videos. Okay, no, this is a different place. This is beautiful.
Nice.
Another revive tent. They're giving me quite a lot of those, I feel. Yeah? Oh, fuck. Not this guy. Alright. Boss fight. Everyone lock in. I should have healed up beforehand. Even through the shield. Build up energy. Okay, this guy's taking no damage at all. No damage at all. So if that's the case, healing tin. Do I healing tin? I'll healing tin. On guard!
Get ready.
Okay. That hurt a lot. We gotta break your stance. We gotta break your stance. We gotta stance break. What's the best way to stance break? Electrify or Thunderfall? Electrify or Thunderfall? We're just building. We're building up our stains. Okay, we're building up our stains. Building up our stains.
Get ready.
Strange combo. Okay. Fuck.
Let's spill some ink.
Okay, she loses her stance if I don't do something with her. The mine is on fire. Okay, switch to Virtuose stance. And you get her back up.
I won't lose again.
We'll hold you to that. Okay, we still have the stains? We still have the stains. Okay. Fuck.
Lightning, strike.
You are not getting stance damage very quickly. Okay? Yep.
I'm ready.
Alright. Well. Yeah, the mind poise is not looking good, guys.
Finesse and precision.
You have so much.
Let's push forward.
We're gonna keep trying. What the fuck are they feeding this guy? Strange combo. Okay. Ah! We had a good thing going.
Let's spill some
Good
ink.
thing we got that other revive tin, huh? Basic attack. Keep your virtuose state. Oh! Okay, virtuose state goes away on its own, even if you do a basic attack. Fuck.
I'm ready.
Fuck! The timings! We're out of revive tins. It's over. It's so over. It's never been this over for anyone. Can we do it with just us two? Not if we keep fucking every single hit up, probably. Ow. It's so over. Well, we've almost got the attack timings down. Mael, all right? It's all on you. Good. All right, Mael, seriously, it's actually all on you, okay? Lock the fuck in, Mael. I cannot. Okay, I get. Okay, Mael.
Let's dance.
Fuck.
On guard.
On guard. You're so close.
Let's dance.
Damn it! Ah! The delays! The mix-ups! It's okay, we got it this time. He was so close to a break, though. We don't need to get his health all the way down, we just need to break him. Fuck you. Alright. What difficulty you're on? I'm on hard. For you, I will simply we will use our items and we will heal you. That really one hits him? I'm so sad right now. How did I hold on so long as Mael? All right, take this seriously, man. Dodge. That silences you? Cool. That's great. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Load that burn up. Okay. He lived! I keep fucking up the headbutt timing. I keep fucking it up. Man, she is so barefoot. Okay, load it up. Why am I stanceless? Oh, because I have to change stance every turn. The music is very good. That is true. That is true. Okay. We're going to do an overcharge here and really try to build up those. Fuck. He's really close. Really? Jesus Christ.
Well, thanks.
It's like there's a limit to how well I can be doing at any point, and if I ever do better than that limit, my skill drops precipitously. I love that word, precipitously. Any other precipitously fans in the chat?
Take cover.
I can never.
A storm is coming.
Last revive, dipshit. He's so close. You do try to try hard parry it though? Yeah, because that's learning the timings, right? I mean, I don't try to parry the hammer attack.
Lune, watch out!
Ow.
That hurts.
Yeah?
Careful, Mael.
There we go. Finally! Are you at break level?
Not looking good.
Are you at break level?
Finesse. Precision.
Precision.
Yes! All right. Fucking kill him. Kill him, ass.
Lightning strike.
Oh my god, he still has a lot of health. God damn it.
Let me take death.
Okay, we're still doing it. We're still doing it.
Okay.
I can't Florette Fury, that's unfortunate.
That hurts.
Hit him! Mayhem!
Prepare to meet your end. Yeah.
Oh no. Come on. One last dub. Sheesh. All right. For all that, for 1,000 experience and baguette. Baguette costumes. Well, hold on. Well, hold on. Wow, that looks so strange with all the blood. Yes, shoes. Oh, is she wearing shoes now? Literally unplayable. Ridiculous. This game's dropping in the rankings, honestly. Take it off. Take that shit off immediately. Let them dogs breathe.
Well, that will help.
These things are fascinating.
Well, that just happened.
How do they even stand?
I'm smart.
Well, that will help.
Well, that just happened. So I think this is the direction that I came from. Yeah, and this was the enemy that I saw patrolling around the main area. Yeah, okay. Now I'm oriented properly. Les Wokizan. Did we ever give that small guy the skin of his own kind? No, we have not encountered any enemies of that type.
Chroma is flowing.
Feel the burn. Let's spill some ink. From fire. Please survive.
Nice. Should have parried that. Does anyone else think this sounds like that one song that's been playing on the radio for a decade? Din, 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 din. You know what I'm talking about? Doesn't it kind of sound like that?
This and precision.
Brace yourself.
Okay. Ow. Again, as always. It does sound like that song. So wake me up when it's all over. Yes. When I'm wiser and I'm older. All the time I'm finding myself where I didn't know I was lost. That one. Fuck you. Fuck. Fuck. Fuck you. It's literally the exact same chords. Yeah, I don't know shit about that. Yeah, like and subscribe. Thank you.
I'll do it.
There are only so many chord progressions. Look, I'm not gonna pretend I know anything about anything, okay? And God, you stupid. Finally. Making sure I'm not missing any little paths before I continue. I feel like I already found the secret ship at the mine.
Ugh, this place is confusing.
True.
They built it to make their village harder to find.
How long have you been? You've been here for the same one day as us. How the fuck did you befriend the natives that quickly?
Interesting.
Another healing tent. That's actually nice. Stop moving. Oh, that didn't do shit. Come on. There we go.
Let's spill some ink.
Dun 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 dun.
Place on me.
Timing on that is strange.
Get ready.
Clunky combo. Ow. Okay, I'll take it. That wasn't too bad.
Chroma is flowing.
Wasn't too bad. You know, could have been worse, I feel.
Parry it.
Parry it, okay. All right. Thank you. All I needed was the confidence in my abilities.
Danger.
See? They just needed to tell me to step up. All it takes is a little bit of confidence. Nobody believes this. You like that? I don't know. It's kind of growing on me. Well, wake me up when it's all over. Yeah. I say we're getting there. You ruined this song for me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's all I've been able to think about, if I'm being real with you. The tonal shift in this level is definitely a little weird. This is what Toby Fox was parodying when he added the Temmie village in Undertale, okay? Every goddamn JRPG has this. They all have... here's, like, the zone... Oh, you know the, like, apocalypse that's threatening the whole world? Oh, well, here's the place where these little, like, cartoon dipshits run around. It was like this in Earthbound, too. It was like this in Earthbound. But Earthbound was basically... Earthbound basically ripped its flow from Undertale. as everyone knows. How many points am I banking on right now? 12 points? Do I want to use any points? No, I'll keep holding that for a while. I will, however. 8 skill points available. That is insane. 8 skill points. Well, at some point, I'm gonna get these trees unlocked, so I'm gonna hold off for now with that one. Luna, what if we got a better fire spell? Because we only have like the basic one right now. Deals medium fire damage to all enemies, 1 hit, applies 3 burn. That sounds awesome. Where do I sign? Oh, right here? That was pretty easy. Bro doesn't read the fine print? What are you talking about? Oh, people are spoiling things for me. I see. Engagement. Low single target fire damage. Target becomes weak to fire damage for 2 turns. Well, that seems pretty good. I know they don't make it easy for you, Thana. I know they don't. I'm sorry. I am sorry about that. Okay, we have not gotten any use out of Electrify, basically. We just haven't. We have not. So right now, I'm going to replace Electrify with Wildfire. And wake me up when the spoilers are over. That's so fucking true. Okay, this is, wait, what is X here? Jump off? Oh, okay. Shortcut, nice. All right. Boss? This is a boss arena. Thank you.
Zombie alert! Zombie alert! Ultimate weapon! Kawa umano. Bogi bogi. Ultimate sakapatate. E bogobo fighto. Odi. Lo cool.
They sound like kids.
We must be getting close to the village.
What you do? Ultimate creation.
Cool.
Kinda looks the same as all the others.
I was gonna say that.
Invisible. Invisible.
Hey, don't get cocky, Maya. Look at its equipment. That looks a lot more dangerous than the others. No, seriously.
Are you talking directly to the audience? Guys, listen, okay? We put a lot of work into this model. Don't make fun. Oh shit.
Get ready.
Funko Core. Easy. I'm noticing that as a chatter suggested, I did not replace it with the spell that I wanted. That's deeply, deeply unfortunate. Well,
Feel the burn.
that's what I get for putting thoughts into anything. That's what I get for thinking, you know?
On me.
The ultimate Saka Patate. Is that French? I'm so good.
Ready to carry.
I'm so good. I'm so good. So good. Are they literally just named sack of potatoes? What the fuck? I mean, that kind of tracks with the appearance, right? You know, I'm just going to keep building immolation right now, I think.
Blades sharp.
Keep your ass burnt. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Fuck. Ow. 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 Alright, he's dead. What, again?
I'll do it.
What's with all the attacks, man? Now I'm on fire.
Precision.
Not a lot of damage there at all. That's
Gustav, don't die.
not a lot of damage at all. Oh boy. Gustav burns. Are you sure you wouldn't rather like not burn? Maybe. Recovery. Record 50% health and spell side effects. Do it. Deburn. Well done. You're fucked, lady. All right. Honestly, just keep the immolation stacks up. You're our fire bitch right now. I think this will be enough to break your stance. Nice. Hey! I wanted to shoot you. What the hell?
For those who come after.
A storm is coming.
I wanted to shoot you. The shield's back up now. That's fucked up. Mods.
Feel the burn.
Looking good.
Honestly, just to heal yourself. I know you'll lose Virtuose, but...
I'll do it.
Lune, watch out!
Well, we got one.
Lune, watch out.
Okay, we're about to break you again. What?
Now's our chance.
You attack so much. I don't know about this one, guys. But we gotta break you.
Looking good.
Oh my god, there we go. Jesus Christ. Okay, bring him back up. Back up. Oh no. No, you're supposed to get weaker. Credit to these little fucking Italian... little weirdo guys. They did a pretty good job with this one, huh?
I'll do it.
You know? I feel like they did a pretty good job. You only have one fire attack. Just heal yourself.
Let's keep going.
Oh fuck, you're even more damage. And that's it for heals. Do you have a self heal? No, you have shell. Do we want that?
Shields up.
Ow.
For those who come after.
Please don't. It's so cool, man. I need an AP dump with her, but the only one I have is Thunderfall.
I can do
Rip.
Danger!
I think we're gonna do it. I think we're gonna do it, guys. Maybe. Not to jinx it or anything, but... Okay, final burn. Big hit, big overcharge, even if you're resistant, still hurts. Big, huge hit. Nice! That was a really fun fight. That was a really fun fight. %25% increased break damage. That's good. Dead. It was pretty good.
Chef.
Gorgla, lomma vria faitoru, kottara chestaral kamibori opinna. Gorgla femikola nisu, poki.
Yeah, why not? They tried to kill us, but yeah, sure. We'd use multiple tinctures of resurrection to... Yeah, whatever. Jar Jar Binks ass MPG. It's all Jar Jar Binks. Or maybe it would be better to say that Jar Jar Binks was Star Wars's, you know, annoying anime mascot character, right? They all have them. Cubey, fucking that cat from Persona. You all know what I'm talking about. Everyone's got to have a goddamn Pikachu.
Interesting.
Teddy, awesome for Persona. That fucking thing from Danganronpa. What's over here?
We can use that.
Another fucking... You're giving me too many. I'm running out of places to put these. Kestrels are fun though. Without them, the world feels way more barren and sad. I'm not dogging on them. They are a little fucking goofy though. Who made this game? The French. Did I not? Okay, I see. I'm in the village now. Okay. A shortcut? A shortcut? It's gonna be the big gate that opens so I can access it freely without having to go through that maze in the future? Okay.
We can use that.
We're gonna spend so many Lumina points next time we camp. We're gonna dump that. We're gonna dump it. Bump it. Bump it. I think it's kind of funny. Nobody makes those, like, Bogdanov twins finance bro memes anymore because everything that used to be joked about has now become terrifying reality. Like, that used to be a joke. The, like, you know, millennial / Gen Z guy who hedged everything on finance and is now riskily day trading and short selling and everyone. And you know, the Bogdanov is like the patron saint of this, but what? It's like a joke. But now it's real. Like, we can just go on Reddit and see there's tons and tons of people that are just that guy, you know? I'm a nice one. Okay.
Oh, man.
Are the creators good guys? I don't know what you mean, good guys. It's a game studio. What do you mean by good guys?
It's really a village of Gestrels.
Uh-huh.
They seem better at surviving than humans.
I guess intelligence is not a prerequisite for survival on the continent. Now to find the chief's house. Probably the biggest one.
I don't know how I feel about the main kind of NPC that we're going to be interacting with, speaking in an unintelligible gibberish. And there's apparently a lot to talk to. I'm breaking your shit. What the fuck? This area is big. Are they not like Ubisoft, Activision, Blizzard, etc. good working? I don't know. I haven't looked into it.
Ease
Wakdarula. Karimora Chestral. Quora Wayo Karimo Quora.
We can talk to everyone? Okay. 50% increased critical chance if your health is below 30%. That's pretty good. More color of Lumina, polished chroma catalyst. Bite the merchant. 50% increased free damage. I think that's from the weird Picto that I had, that I got from the beginning, that I paid a token for. Could be wrong on that. Respecs are expensive. Yeah, there's only a finite number of them, at least for now, I think. You're so cute. Okay, 1 second. Let me replace Electrify. Okay, this time let's do this properly. Electrify, Wildfire. Thank you. Let's fight him. Oh, right. Well, we'll try Lune. Kill him, ass.
Chroma is flowing.
Ah, you're not so tough, though.
Ready to evade.
That was a
Let the ink flow.
very manageable attack. I like that wildfire ability as well. Ow. Because she stomps the ground
is flowing.
with her feet. He's obsessed with her. I wouldn't say I'm obsessed.
I'm ready. Let the ink flow.
It's always Bad Bitch Appreciation Day in my world, okay?
Prepare to meet your end.
Bosch interface coming soon. I still do resent the cheapening of the word gooner. Element, what is that? Element light? Light element? Chat, I'm actually asking, is it to my benefit to go hoovering up all of the unique pictos and weapons that I can get? Or would it be like, if I don't get the Demon Am here, I might just find it in the field for free later? It is worthwhile? Okay. Already burning through a lot of my money, but I'll be back here. Level 5, 145. Explain joking? You wouldn't ask me to explain it if you didn't already know what it was. Dude, the Croram is so fucking strong. Also looks dope. Yeah, it does look pretty dope. If we're going to be fighting all these merchants, I want to keep these last stands on. Okay. Vegetables can resurrect at the sacred river.
Guardaron mon panno col caffè rossi rossi chiam.
You should never listen to your elders. Maybe. Okay, it kind of is a grump, actually. All tab viewers are suffering. In fairness, it's not like there's much important going on right now. 1,000 chroma for the fake sword. Yeah, give it to me. Bet you that's gonna upgrade later into like a sick weapon. Figured. It's nice if they initiate the fight because it means that
Feel the burn.
we can all fight.
I'm ready.
This is main monitor content. Wow.
Place on me.
Does anyone else get exhausted when you enter a village or a city or whatever in an RPG? Like, do you enter and you're like, oh fuck, now I've got to get all the quests and I've got to talk to all the NPCs. It's so much.
for those who come after.
Baldur's Gate 3 City is like that. Yeah, I enjoy the open world more, usually. I think I don't want to buy stuff from their shop. I want to rob them. That's fair. That's the law of the jungle. They tried to rob us, but we were stronger, so we should get to just rob them. Sikaram? Healing Mark. I'm gonna run out of chroma just buying this shit, man. Yeah, I'll come back for this stuff. I'm not gonna immediately use either of those. When did you stop calling it Euro? Fuck, you're right. Gotta go back. This place is huge, man. What the hell? In my opinion, and I appreciated this about the beginning of the game, and now they're not doing it, if you're entering a big city area and there's lots of people and they're not all story important, you should only be able to interact with the ones that are. Because otherwise, you're in this position where you're like, okay, I can talk to every NPC. Let me find the one that's interesting, you know? And I know there are still context clues that you can use to find the one that advances the story, but instead of 20 mini convos that go nowhere, give me 5 that feel like a bit of oomph. It is a bit of dialogue slop, I agree. Okay. You will talk to Glubshido and you will like it. Outfit for Gustav, a haircut for Gustav. Gestrel. Find a missing expeditioner to unlock this item in the shop. Okay. Well, I'll buy these. These are very important. I'm not going to use them, but I love completionist slop. I love the word slop. You guys been seeing the discourse about whether E33 or Silksong should get Game of the Year? That one 4chan screenshot? Silksong should not win Game of the Year. You only like it because it's good. Quality slop. Fucking instant classic. This place is so fucking big. The arena's that way, then what's in here? Training ground? Don't tell me you can talk to this guy. Oh, thank God. Female? They make woman bodies? Hello?
It wasn't that strong.
Naru, poquito de mi respecto. Mi cosuli? Gorogito bota?
Of course, the strongest one would be a woman. Woke game.
Dumba kaka expeditiono.
There are so many questions I'd love to ask.
We need to get to the Paintress. Noko said you could help us cross the sea.
Humano, pincorinco tempentres.
Others have passed through here.
Dumba kaka expeditiono. Kato matomaro. Gorogito bota? Poquito legomari?
A white-haired man destroyed it.
All Taber's suffering right now.
Surimoto priva. Me respecto.
You know him?
Io sano villaggio. Wira foserito. Blofo. Okay. Sano bibo bota. Wira foserito eskie. Nima Cuba. Rico eskie koranisu gama watero.
Lapidos.
So SKA exists.
Kimotira. Eskiero fotupo kiso. Kinikako warrior litogaki. Ikokio passwordito.
Why?
Eskie tirarofo. Tupo esquiere o marifiso. Eskie kimabanofo migeri. Amigiza irresponsibile. Kibariko que me eskie.
We already defeated your ultimate Sakapatat.
Ki ma sumi karatam.
Okay. Sure. Video game.
Kurimoto Priva, me respecto. Aiko, Sanore Jandari Wariaro. Zam Zam, Herudura. Tomo de Arena, look into me stranger.
The stranger?
Zumba Kakai Malito de Warrior. Tio Sano Villa.
Okay. So these people are all psychopaths. Hey boss, the entire electrical grid of the Dominican Republic just collapsed. The entire island in a blackout. Benjamin, you never come over when there's good news. Well, what are you waiting for, Benjamin? Go find who's responsible. Go! Go! Get out there! How big did they need to make this place, man? Seriously.
Un café.
Yeah, it's actually huge. It's a little unnecessary, don't you think? Like, what information is being communicated to the player here? They have a village, I get that. They all like fighting, okay, okay. Flexing their engine. That's me for real. IMO, the gold standard for communicating a vibrant city, but not bogging the player down in unnecessary details of the KOTOR games. I feel like they did a really good job of it in The Witcher. They did a really good job, like Oxenheart or whatever, you know, making it feel like a real place. But you also didn't really feel bogged down moving through it, like you had to check every alley, you know? Turn back. What if I don't?
You know,
okay. There are doors to the manor all over the place. I could go in? Man, I just blew that guy's mind. Humans only. Sorry, it's a racist manor. Just a little peek. Oh. Oh yeah, man. Clearly I'm chosen. Give me 2 lines of low-quality dialogue. Stat. Perfect.
It's so cute.
Very good. So has Vosh been enjoying the game? Every time I see him play, he's complaining. Really? I feel like for the most part I've been pretty enthusiastic. I do think this shit
Perfect.
Really slows the game down, though. And it's super unnecessary. I just don't like, I don't think anyone likes or cares. You do complain a lot. Well, complaining is a show of love. If you don't care enough about something to complain about it, that's its own problem.
This will be useful.
I have far more negative opinions about Silksong, a game that I love, than like a ton of games I was only milquetoast on, you know? An unbearable smell lurks away. Oh, that's huge. Oh, fuck. We're gonna be coming back here over and over, aren't we?
Well, that will help.
I'll bitch about a band, then go see them 3 times on tour. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's kind of weird. Like, criticism, it's not a personal attack, you know? It's a sign of caring. What? Let's say that every time I hit, I have a 50% chance of dealing 100% more damage. What are my chances of doing more damage in the long run? What? That doesn't make any sense. I don't care. There we go. Sure. Every hit has a 50% chance to either deal 50% or 200% of its damage. Okay, that's not what the question was about, by the way. That wasn't the question. They got lyrics going.
Boy. I
feel like I'm not learning much now about the gestrels that I didn't learn like immediately upon entering this place. It never ends? Yeah, I have no idea what the fuck I am. No rule zone. But I just went in there. Nothing happened. It's all just... I get it. Because they're the same everywhere. How's Vosh been enjoying the combat mechanics? The combat mechanics are good, but my opinion is souring the longer that I stay here. And unfortunately for the game, which I know cares so much about my opinion of it, I do like to explore every nook and cranny. Okay, we're circling around. There's the fucking arena. What's this way? Oh my god. This guy has a name. I cannot do 9,999 damage in one hit. I'll come back to you, okay? I'm not reading that shit. Free Palestine. All right, I think we're on the other side of the fence. Did he even see his name? I did. I just didn't find it funny. Unlike you, Cheapo. Sure, son.
Teo, 52nd Expedition. Man, I could barely think straight. Hulking just shot broke my skull. What the fuck kind of friendly fight was that? Oh, I'm bleeding out, but their medic is bloody useless. He just keeps telling me about his bone problems.
Do they have bones?
Look, I'm gonna die here, aren't I? Teo.
Yep, sorry. The bloom. That sounds like it sucks. But seriously, you guys have bones? I still don't understand what these things are. I guess they have bones?
Ah, cool, come Willow, forse equipo, oh, maleficina.
I thought they were like little wood sprites, like fairies, you know, imps.
Why
don't you have these guys guarding the fucking village? Alright. We've done enough, lads. We've done enough to delay the good part. Let's go in the arena and dip our balls in it. It does kind of feel like they're showing off Unreal Engine 5 a little bit, you know? Look at us. We can have a bunch of NPCs doing shit all at the same time. Fuck you. Limitations breed creativity. Lune has the Pictos that give you buffs if you're only fighting one-on-one. Also, didn't we already fight this guy in the other room? Beat. I don't know about this guy. I don't think this guy's long for this world.
Ready to evade.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let us stain them.
He's fucking dead. You won, wow. Come on. Doesn't this guy do, like, arm attacks? Yeah, he does. Oh my god, these guys aren't shit. Or sorry, ain't shit. My apologies. These guys ain't shit.
Prepare to meet your end. I'm ready.
It's fucking over. C'est quoi? Do I still have the damage? No, I recover it between fights. Luna! Luna! You don't look that scared.
Ready to evade.
Ow. That was nothing, man. That was nothing.
Feel the burn.
Mysterious new warrior. Lune? This is the stranger, I assume. Oh, shit. Human? I thought that was Lune for a second. I haven't even seen the inside of the...
Wait,
of the arena.
See how?
What? How? You guys? You're alive! I thought I was the only one left.
Now we're fine.
I knew you were resourceful.
Which one
How
is
did
this
you get
again?
here?
Yeah, we have to kill her. Which one is this again?
They're expecting a bit of a show. Shall we?
The other hot one? There's lots of that. Which one is this? She was drunk at the party? Okay. I think I remember that. Well, you're not going to be, fire vulnerable.
Feel the burn.
Now.
Let the ink flow.
Okay, cards. You're like Gambit! Woo! I don't know if you're strong enough to be a part of our expedition, lady. I don't know. Right now it feels like you're getting rolled a little bit. Yeah, give me the EXP. I want her skin. Okay. This is a very strange... This whole thing feels strange.
Well, that wasn't so bad.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it really just felt like beating old people.
So it wasn't so bad.
Am I one of those old people?
One day, I hope. Hey, how'd you end up here?
Oh, after the beach, I ended up in an odd yellow forest, not too far from here. Had to dodge a few Nevrons, but luckily I met a Gestrel who guided me here. What about you?
Well, I woke up next to a waterfall and...
We can talk later. Let's get back to Golga.
Will you shut up, man?
No time to lose.
I do like her belly scar. This new one, I do like that she's got like a thick mark down the tummy. Do you wish to play Ciel's tutorial only accessible this time? Yeah, sure.
Not today. Here we go.
Okay, Foretell. Create sun and moon cards. Oh, fuck, you've got a whole thing. Can apply and consume Foretell on enemies. Skills that apply Foretell generate sun charges. Skills that consume Foretell generate moon charges. Chill Foretell. Starting skills focused Foretell slash. Focused Foretell applies 5 Foretell and generates 1 sun charge. Sure.
Take your shot.
I'm gonna kill this guy too fast. Using focused foretell is given 1 sun charge and apply 5 fartell. Shit tell. Scale its bonus effect while sun charge and moon charge is active. Sun charge gain 1 AP per foretell consumed. Moon charge gain 1 AP per foretell. Okay. Twilight slash consumed per foretell. Target increases damage. Also generates 1 moon charge. I'll just dodge this time. I did not dodge. That also works though. I also didn't dodge that time. Tried and failed. Okay. At the start of her turn, if Scale has both a moon and... What if I killed him with a parry that time? Both a sun and a moon charge, she consumes them to enter Twilight for 2 turns. This is too much. This is too much for me. I just want to. I want to hit the bad guys with a hammer. This is too much for me. Scale applies double. I don't want to have to do a bunch of brain thing to optimize my strategy for every fight. Scale applies double foretell. Maximum amount of foretell increase from 10 to 20. Damage increase to the number of summons charged. Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea. I'm just gonna do the basic attacks with her or something. Type shit. Hey. Thank you.
Si tu l'empel champion. Lago. The password dito, eh? Get out of my way!
The password is get out of my way.
Very gesturelish.
Es que nesto teso kiman villaggio. Suniso, lupo kiso rico password dit.
As loud as we can. Got it.
Thank you for everything.
Io sano biboture.
Gestural positivity is so heartwarming.
Una forse. Rito de bagdoro ana. Rico femicoranis.
Thanks, chef.
Provoke Golgra to a duel. Ah, fuck it, why not? Why not? Let's see. Is this even doable? Let's find out. No. No, it wasn't doable. 11,000 damage. It was not, in fact, doable. Yeah, no, I would, yeah. Earned confidence. Okay, earned confidence. Stop making me be that lady. I want to be this lady. Okay, I think that wraps up everything we had to do here. Oh wait, there was one merchant here who had another item on offer if I had another member of my party, and I'm pretty sure that member of my party is one that I now have. It's not this one. Are those things robots or magic creatures? All I know is that they have bones, and I don't think they should have bones, but apparently they do. Wasn't it a tiny guy? I think you're right. I think it was a tiny guy. Somewhere here, this one. Find an expeditioner. I did. Wait, not that one? Okay. All right. I guess I can't be mad over that. Okay, where do I have to go? East of the village? East? East of the village? How do I exit from inside the village? Which way is east? What the fuck is a kilometer? Okay, north. Not that way. Okay, we're going east. We're going east. Well, it seems like east leads directly to the casino, but that's not what we're doing right now. Not past that way. This leads to the manor. Do I just have to leave the normal way and go east out into the main map area? I probably have to do that. Just look at the moss on the trees. Alright, this place sucked. Sorry. I feel like the, for a game that has a heavy emphasis on story, the fact that we met another member of our expedition and a longtime friend, and they turned out to be alive, and it was like 10 seconds of hugging, and then we do a little performative fight, and then Luna does 6 backflips and a, you know, a 180 for the benefit of the lunatics watching. You know, I don't know, it just feels a little weird. And now I'm forced to be a man, just like in real life.
I still can't believe it. I lost hope after a while, but you all survived.
What was your plan if we hadn't? Be a gestural champion until your gamage?
Well, it was a lot of fun, so yeah.
Her lip syncing is way off compared to the other characters.
Noko's quite obsessed with your arm. Your apprentices would be extremely proud knowing a gestural loves their work.
Yeah, they'd be insanely excited.
Well, they did a great job designing your arm. It was quite a creative assignment you gave them.
Well, when life gives you lemons.
Losing an arm is quite a lemon.
Yeah,
just like
lemonade.
Where's Mail? What the fuck?
Yeah. Taro mo tasus. Sara. Awa. Ule kawa wila fosse. Iede. Kipo tu la kima. Sarobeno. Fosse rito culo bahama. Mida goro bibo tureku. Taro mo tas. Kipo tu.
Hey! Okay, I do like the flapper. Okay. We're gathering our JRPG side quests.
Maybe you should stay.
What?
It's safer in the village.
You missed the chance to meet Eskie? No way.
Also, she's like a really competent fighter,
My
dog.
head.
She beat your ass 4 times in a row.
I'm okay. We stick together.
I'm looking at chat. How you doing, chat? Okay. Add Lumina points. We have 24 color of Lumina. Should we up everyone to like 20? Would that be good? No. We'd just be doing that for the sake of doing that. What about upgrading weapons? Could upgrade the Cruel Ram. Or the Lance Ram. What about the Lance Ram? Let's do the Lance Ram. Yeah, fuck it. Upgrade it one time. Upgrade a weapon once. I'm so good. Okay, your shit sucks. I'm giving everyone One upgrade. Except for the new lady, who I don't give a fuck about yet. We're defensive over Lune. New girl gets the scraps. Oh, well, she hasn't done anything yet, you know? You have to earn that. You have to earn that, that respect. I think that's reasonable. I think she looks cool and that's enough. She has kind of a dopey look to me, to be honest. Okay, give me a reason to care. Her face reminds me a little bit of the main character from Mass Effect Andromeda. Anyone else know what I'm talking about? She has that weird, uncanny, over-rendered, kind of like dough face look.
You've been quiet since we left the village.
Yeah, sorry. Just bad memories.
Okay, it's not as bad when she's emoting.
Wanna talk about it?
No.
No.
I'm glad you're here.
I would never abandon a member of Aquafarm 3.
Aquafarm 3.
Aquafarm 3.
That was so long ago. You and Sophie were inseparable on that project.
Yeah, we were.
That was a good project. It fed so many neighborhoods at once. Kind of nostalgic thinking back. We really thought we were making a difference.
Hey, we're still making a difference.
Uh-huh.
Yes. Of course.
Yeah.
Okay. That did not give me much to work with. I'm gonna be honest with you.
For those who come after.
Okay. Uh-oh.
I can't believe it. We're gonna meet the Esquier. The Gestrels and Esquier. The tales are true.
Do you feel something?
Oh. You at a social event when you remember the embarrassing thing you said in high school 17 years ago? So.
White hair. Who are you?
That's not the old guy. The old guy was like... The old guy had a beard. He didn't have Sephiroth white hair. He had white hair because he was an old man. He looks like, what's his name from League of Legends? The, like, operatic guy with the mask? The guy with the four bullets? Jin?
I told you to stay home.
There we go. Wait, his hair isn't white.
Not good for you to see this.
Okay, this is him when he's younger?
Yes. Yes, I understand. It's her fault, and she doesn't even know it. But you can't be here.
What are you talking about?
Big Umineko vibes. And that there's a
my
story.
fault? What is this?
You should never have come. You're only going to make things worse for everyone. Now take your friends and go home. Let them spend their final year in peace.
Kind of like Silk Song and that there's a woman. That's true. Did you kill your friends?
I can't wait to see.
Maya?
Hey.
Oh, she had her blade drawn. I thought it was about to be like the camera pulls back and she stabbed one of the
The white-haired man
camp members.
and this woman.
Are there women in Silk Song? Hornet is literally
Maya,
called the
breathe.
gendered
Slow
child.
down. What did you see? Think carefully. Every detail could be important.
He said we need to go home and that it's my fault.
He's warning after we murder the majority of you already. Yeah, but we've since gone from level 1 to level 15.
Make things worse. For
At this rate, we'll be
everyone.
level infinity by the time we confront this guy. He knows.
You were all frozen. I couldn't. It was like a waking nightmare.
It's okay. It's okay.
What else? You said there was a woman. Lune, maybe later.
She had a mask.
Was that a woman? How could you tell?
I know this is hard, but I need you to focus, okay? While the details are fresh.
Lune, ask her tomorrow. Hey, breathe.
Loved Adam Friedland in Silk Song.
You're safe. Do you understand?
Grandmother Silk, you that thing you did was pretty that was pretty fucked up, right? I shouldn't say that. Sorry, that was my best Adam Friedland impression. Hopefully it was recognizable with prompting. You know, this like the fake stupid, right? Because he's a smart guy, but sometimes you cut a clip out of what he's saying and he does sound like a fucking retard. I mean, he does it on purpose. It's not like it's unintentional.
Feeling better?
You need more falsetto?
We can debrief along the way.
That was pretty
Let's head east to SKA's nest.
SKA's okay, yeah, definitely outside. That's not falsetto, isn't it? Okay. We couldn't go here. They unblocked this path. I do appreciate the fact that, like Dark Souls, and unlike most JRPGs, it seems like you can skill your way through everything. Maybe in the future there will be completely unavoidable attacks, but it feels like right now, if you were willing to spend the rest of your life doing it, you could mod the game so you're always at level 1, and you could just parry, dodge, or whatever, everything you get hit by. Whereas typically in JRPGs, or you play it like a Pokemon game or whatever, like, damage is unavoidable, you know? I do appreciate that. Sorry. That wasn't necessary.
Is flowing.
Does this game feel like something you'd replay with challenges? Probably not, no. Replay with challenges? You mean like plugging my ass whole run from start to finish? Time limit sort of thing? I don't know what. Yeah, exactly. Wait, hold on. Where's the other bitch? Why are there only 3 of us? Where's the other one? Where's Seal? Party limit? Oh, does it cap at 3? Oh, thank fuck. I was thinking 4 would be annoying. Thank fuck. Oh, thank God. I don't have to deal with her fucking... tap the mana to use the card back in the bag. Sorry, bitch. You're like Will in everyone's Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. Get the fuck back in the camp. I look forward to updating you on the day's events every night.
Oh, Pico Bano, Ocarito, Passwordito, mi parino.
Golgra said to shout the password as loud as we can.
Uh-huh.
Well, Gustav, you're the loudest.
We're in.
Really? Hey.
Come on, don't be shy.
Get out of my way!
Jeez, tu poquimo ba parino.
No. It's just the... It's the password.
Pico femicola, gor granda baribomino, passwordito. Gomiku rapito sava.
Okay, that got me. That's pretty good.
Look, I am very sorry. It's just that Golgra told us that's the password, and
Come on.
This is
Mr.
Adam
Jastrow.
Freeland coded.
He'll have forgotten in about a minute.
I'm sorry.
That's a good bit. That's a good bit. I respect it. The VA really sold it too. You know? Had to hype himself up for it. Yeah, okay. How do you think it feels to be the mushroom that her toes are squishing on? Sorry.
Interesting decor.
Huh.
SKA is said to feed on light.
Are you okay, Maya?
I don't know. Getting a bit of deja vu again.
That was Adam Freeland coded? Yeah, I suppose.
It feels a little... I don't know. Yeah.
More demo slop. Exploration slop? That's a real thing. That's a real thing. Devs designing a level in 1993. Here, I've constructed a sequence of environments meant to challenge the player and sprinkled goodies throughout. Devs designing an environment in 2025. I have reconstructed the street plan of Manhattan.
Hey, bonjour mon ami. Ciel? What? I don't know. He seems nice.
Oh, it's you. Hello again, my terrible swimmer friend. You finally come to learn to swim?
No. I'm not that fond of water.
Actually, that's sort of why we're here. We need to cross the sea. Golgra said you could help.
Mon ami, a rolling stone gathers no moss.
Pardon me? In the stories, they say SKA likes to speak in riddles.
In what way?
I don't get it.
We really need to cross the sea. Would you please help us?
There's a lot of you to carry. I'm strong, but I'm not that strong. I will need Flory.
Who's Flory?
One of my rocks.
Rocks?
See? Flory helps me swim. But Flory was stolen by my arch nemesis. One whose every step shakes the foundation of the world. The one known as... Francois.
Okay.
Let me guess. Francois is located deep in Nevron-infested territory, right?
Oh, no. He's right next door. Over there.
Oh.
Francois is my neighbor.
Okay. Well, I guess we could take a look.
Fantastic. Good luck, mes amis. Please, bring Flory back to me.
You seem to know me.
Yes.
How? I don't understand.
Men trip not on mountains. They stumble upon stones.
That's fucking true.
Okay.
Men will do anything other than communicate directly. Yeah, try therapy. I like him. I like his voice actor. I like the performance. Fun fact, Esquia's VA mo-capped every male character. Really?
The
Busy
more
guy.
information we get, the more questions I have.
Did he do the mocap
okay,
for the
sir?
Yeah.
Mr. Boss Pim scene in
Esquier is surprising.
last night's episode of Smiling Friends? It's this way.
What have we here?
Don't talk to me. I gotta watch the new season. Yeah, it's fucking good. Can you leave the new girl here and take Esquier? I assume so. I could be pretty upset if the game wouldn't let me do that. Seems like artificial limitation of player choice and freedom if we don't get to do that. I do mean it though. With the exploration slot. Like, creativity is bred through limitation. If you give every dev the ability to make every area super fucking big and pretty and beautiful and so on and so forth, like, everyone has to run through a mile of shit. That's how I felt about The Village, you know? If you're limited by your resources, you kind of have to be more intelligent with how you place things. Anyway. I'm not saying I hate the game. Only a little. Is Dark Souls good about that? Fuck yes, it is.
Into my lair.
Not Elden
You
Ring.
can't just walk into someone's home without knocking. That is incredibly rude.
Is that... Are you Francois?
Hello.
He's just a talking rock.
Wait, I thought Flory was the rock.
A rock? I am not a rock. Do you have rocks for eyes? You certainly have rocks for brains. I am clearly a turtle. Esquier! Stop sending hooligans over here!
Stop being a meanie. They're nice humans.
Then keep them on your side of the caves! Now get off my lawn!
It's okay. We'll leave. We're just here for Flory.
So, not only are you intruding, you're here to steal? Oh my word! Humans! Well, over my dead body!
Okay. That was pretty fucking funny. Everyone looking like... Alright, that was pretty good. Is there anything we can do that would... No, because we got rid of our light electricity spell. You know what? Yeah, we'll just... That's fine. Filler turn. Filler turn.
Careful, my elf.
Oh. Yeah. Okay.
I'm not giving up.
Yep. Yep. Yep.
Ice on me.
A storm is coming.
Why the fuck do I have 2 lightning and 2 ice stains? Where do those come from? All I did was 4 I did 4 shots and then 1 basic attack. Where is that coming from? Your weapon is a thing? Huh, okay.
On me.
Tried to parry that, didn't work out. Probably should have just dodged it. That would have been a lot less arrogant to me. Alright, back up and at him. Male? We're born to suffer, okay? We're born to suffer. You know that?
On me.
We're born to suffer.
Prepare to meet your end.
Woo!
Danger!
Okay. We parry. Mael? Yeah! Easy shit, boy! Probably change stream title when it's games. Maybe. But I am also, in my own way, kind of waging a war against /protesting those who I hate, which are the people who leave the game segments. Do I blame them? No. Do I hate them? Yes. Oh, I clicked on my favorite politics streamer Vosh's stream, which promised politics, but the politics were only covered in the first 3 hours of the VOD, and now the rest of it is just him playing games and enjoying his time. It's just my own. I'm just waging a little war, you know, just my little battle. You understand?
Okay, let's put an end to this foolishness.
Sure.
I need to sleep like a turtle.
All this trouble for a tiny rock.
Take it and never come back.
Francois, you got smashed.
But know that I will never stop chasing you.
What the fuck?
But you can't move.
Scram!
I feel bad that I've worsened this guy's mood, you know? Okay. That's his own fault, honestly. Yeah, I suppose. What's over this way?
Francois and Esquier are very different from Gestrels and Nevrons.
That's true.
You think the Paintress created them too?
If not, who else?
Maybe they came from another world.
Okay, there's some shit over this way, including a guy down there. Yum 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 yum. Got your fucking fetch quest.
Oh? You got Florrie. That's not Florrie.
What do you mean, that's not Florrie?
Ha! I never had Florrie! Your rock is still on the Stone Wave Cliffs!
He got me good.
Wait, does this mean you won't help us?
If you promise to get me Florrie, then we can be buddies.
Can't you swim without Florrie? We saw you flying just now.
Oh, you're much too heavy. I need my rocks.
Your rocks.
Alas, I've lost them all. I can do much more than swim. I can fly into space. I used to fly all the time with my best friend Verso.
We'll help you find your stones.
Oh, how lovely of you.
Wait, Francois said the Stone Wave Cliffs. Where's that?
All the way to the north. Just aim for the big 33. Ooh, I'll meet you outside.
She's so pretty. Oh. Legend unlock Eskia. Unlock? Okay, I guess he's gonna be in our party now. Hold on, I want to see what else is in this room over here. Is this not where I... No, that's right, I dropped down. Did I go through here to get to the turtle man? Where did I... Have you seen the Bunlith pilot thing? Weren't you asking me that yesterday too? What the... Yeah, like what... No, I'm curious now at the your audacity because you won't shut up about it. You kept asking. I don't know what you're talking about. What Bunlith? Bunlith? Like bunny? Is this an anime thing? Bunny Lith? Mecha? Bunny Girl. The girl who made the Bloodborne PS1 thing? Oh, yeah, I know her. I mean, I don't know her, but yes, I'm aware of her. What about her? What about Pilot?
Expedition 66, Marcel. Damn you, Eskia, and your stupid mushrooms. Your friend ate them with no problem, but it also seems your friend was immortal. That's the sort of extremely relevant detail that you should mention at the start. Oh, stop crying. You're not the one about to die. I can't believe this is the end of our expedition. We've learned nothing and achieved nothing, and we're not even leaving anything useful for future expeditions. Damn it all, I should never have trusted a giant talking marshmallow. Great, and now I'm losing consciousness.
Sucks to suck, I'm afraid. These people die in the stupidest ways. No kidding. So what, a Bunlith pilot? She's doing a show? She does have a good sense for aesthetics, so I could see that.
Great.
Energizing Pictos, plus 1 AP on Battlestar, 320 health. Wow, that's Oh my god, he's really back there. Stupid fucking roulette shit. Let me just get the Pictos for everything. Fit check for the party? Well, we're in basic clothing right now, you know? Nothing special. Good night, Autocolor. Okay, back out to the base. Oh, what's over here?
What have
Yummy! Exploration slot. Sorry, I'll stop saying that. I'm overusing it. Have you read the manga Veil? No, I have not. Slop overusage? Slop, one might call it. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, chat agrees. SKA ability unlocked. Help you navigate impenetrable terrain to discover new areas on the continent. Call upon SKA anytime on the continent by pressing X. Sure. Is SKA based on some kind of, like, French lore? Is that a thing? Like, are we pulling from anything in particular here, or is this just like made whole cloth? I'm gonna fuck these guys up. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm free.
Let us stay there.
Some ink.
Games are low-key entertainment slot. That's fucking true.
Flames. On me.
It's over.
Let us stain them.
This music is dance slot. Yeah. It's fucked up, the world we live in. Try it, man.
Don't die.
Seriously, where the fuck am I getting these stains from on Luna? Oh, that was quite a bit of EXP. Okay, so the enemies are scaling in power as we gain levels. What is my weapon? What am I getting there? Generate a random stain on free aim shot. Oh, that's huge. Wait, that's so big? I wasn't even paying attention to that. God damn. Reading is hard? Yeah, it is. That's why fucking 0 Americans can do it these days. Okay, how do I... Here we go. Oh.
Here we go.
Okay, this game's weird as fuck. Oh, shit. Hey! That's a guy with the same flesh as the guy we promised to get the flesh for. Can we fight you? Maybe. Can I pick you off first? Please? I've got bad news, guys.
Let the ink flow.
Am I hitting it? Oh, it doesn't have a weak point. It's just so far away I can't fucking tell.
Feel the burn.
Oh wow, that guy did not get hurt at all. That's not good. That's not good. Okay. dodge? Oh, right, it's a flying enemy. It's a flying enemy. Okay. At least the little ones are weak. Alright, alright. I remember how this is played.
Let us stain them.
Fuck, it's got so much health. There's no way, right? There's no way, right?
Danger! I'll do it.
Ow. Ow. I don't think there's any way. No. Wait, send a reserve team? Oh shit. The last band of Expedition 3. Okay, that's pretty funny. I didn't realize that was an option. Just toss everyone out there. No, no, we'll be back to fight these guys later, okay? Oh, I'm all the way back here. Oh, oh. Get up.
Here
we go. Radio Dokkan, I'm aware of that feature. I don't want any tips in the game, please. Boom.
I'm tired. Can we camp first?
You lazy piece of shit. Oh shit, the drop's about to happen. Male's nightmare. Ominous. Even the nightmares look French. He does not care. Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I don't pay attention to dreams. I don't believe in that shit. Foreshadow slop.
See why you like throwing rocks.
You've been quiet since you saw those people.
It felt like they knew me. Like, actually knew me. I don't understand what's happening. And I feel like I never understood. Like, I'm always missing something that everyone else just gets.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Lumia, life never made sense, and I never fit, and now out here, when it was just starting to maybe feel good, then this happens, and...
Yeah.
What do you mean this? The nightmares?
I hate it too.
Your
things we don't
comrades
understand.
were killed on the beach.
They just make us feel small and
What are you
powerless.
talking about? Vague
But
slop?
it helps, you know?
Vague slop?
To focus on the things I do understand. On the people I care about and who care about me. And, you know, now I feel a little less lost, because at least we're lost together. What? What? Stop it. Too cheesy? No. Well, if it makes you feel better, I was even more lost when I was 16.
I heard that was because you were only thinking about girls.
Yep, but guess what? The girls weren't thinking about me at all.
I believe that.
Yeah. You can talk to me, you know. We found
Bosch's media takes are starting to make more sense, seeing him
Well,
trying
that's
to
what the
interpret
paperwork said,
dialogue.
at least.
Me, when I've already played the
Well,
game and
the
understand
paperwork
what the
probably
foreshadowing
says we're
leads to,
dead
and I see a
too,
person
so-
who's uninterested in
Yeah,
the
probably.
foreshadowing because it's not being buffered
nice
with
one.
enough
I
like
know.
diegetic dialogue. Ooh, he doesn't get
I
it.
told you, don't get cocky. It was okay.
You taught me great. Nah.
Get their ass. Another bad take. Sorry, Lowell. I'm racking them up tonight. Racking them up. Me, when I've already won 100% of the game and watched 15 video essays telling me how to interpret things. Dude, that's how it must have felt. I saw this shit happen live. People playing Dark Souls for the first time. Like, they're like, oh, I'm late to the series. Let's try Dark Souls 3 or whatever. And people in chat being like, you don't understand why there's a copy of the enemy you fought in the first area in the third area? Okay, well, so first of all, you have to understand the nature of the soul. So the furtive pygmy, easily forgotten. Like, I remember how many people got annoyed by that, because it's like, dog, you didn't know any of that shit playing the game either. You fucking read it on the wiki afterwards, okay?
We finally found someone who loves rocks more than you.
So it seems.
I think you and Esquier are soulmates.
Have you shrunk down, or were you always this small?
I haven't seen a human in so long. You're much tinier than I remember.
When was the last time you saw a human?
Oh, my best friend when he asked for my help.
Your best friend is human? I thought Francois was your best friend.
Yes.
Esquier must have experienced so much over the centuries.
You're gonna grill Esquier, aren't you?
A creature of legend. Yeah, just a little.
I think you have a new best friend.
Esquier. Yeah. He's sweet. And somehow he knows I'm a terrible swimmer. When he said that, it made me think of, you know...
I don't know. Say it.
Yeah, I thought it might.
Motherfucker!
After the beach, when I was alone, I almost,
That's a big topic to bring up out of nowhere.
I know.
What? How?
Lune told you.
Oh, okay.
No, but...
What?
I could fill in the blanks.
How? How? What,
And I understand. Better than anyone. You know that?
I don't! I'm the audience!
I'm just glad Lune found you. Before it was too late.
Cliffhanger slop. Subtext slop.
Just like whoever found me. I like having you in my life.
Same.
Good night.
If I keep doing that through the whole playthrough, I'm gonna for sure lose some of my sub numbers. People are gonna be mad. Mass unsubslop.
For those who come after.
It's fucking stupid. I'm sorry about I know you are. It was because I know. You do know? Yeah. Then nothing more needs to be said. Except for I know. Goodbye.
I envy them. Those who can't see. Those who know not. And those who live, lithe and free,
I could keep making the same jokes.
And thus absolved, a fresh dawn in their playground, while we live in shadows, swimming in ink.
Zanzibar,
We
forgive
are
me.
but a fragile dream, a singular weed, resisting, ever resisting, that iron dirt, that eternal law. Those who can't see, those who know not, that they are not. Do you know? We are fellows. Those who know not, that they are not.
All right, lady. See, look, the menu, the loading screen tooltips know how to speak directly. Bro hates poetry. Bro hates jokes, man. I'm just having fun. I'm just having fun. They hate to see a white boy having fun. They do. They do. Boats dropped. All right. Don't tell me. I'm not looking at chat. I want to scroll down to page 17 myself. Or wherever it is. I don't know. I'll control F just this time. Yes! It's fucking over, boys. Parentheses, pause. It's fucking over. Katie Wilson now leads with nearly 1,400 votes. There's nothing Bruce Harrell can do. It's over. One second, let me get it up on the thing. We got it. That's it. She wins. She fucking wins. There are not enough remaining votes to change this outcome. There might be a couple of votes out there that haven't been counted. Percent difference between them. Oh, it's fucking razor thin. The difference is still 1/2 of a percentage point. It's going to a recount, but the recount is not going to overturn Katie's edge. I can't believe it. We did it. Man, I was confident after yesterday, but it's really, really nice to have this confirmed. She fucking won! She fucking won, and I get to take credit! I get to take credit! Yes! Yes! Yeah, I'm gonna go down to town hall. I'm gonna be insufferable. Katie, I gave this to you! This was my gift to you, and one day I will return for payment in full. I'm like covered in robes. Why do recounts sometimes seem to alter the results? Because of ballot curing. Whenever there's an election, a significant number of votes are discounted because they are poorly filled in, or the signature doesn't match, or something like that. It's just it's standard. It happens everywhere. So whenever there's a recount, both sides usually go, okay, everyone check your vote to make sure that it's like for real went in. You got to fix it up, you know? Katie Wilson has been doing that. The ballot curing. Bruce Harrell has not. Bruce Harrell doesn't really have a grassroots operation. He doesn't really have a way of like communicating this to people broadly. That's one of the reasons why it's so important to have a grassroots game. If you were Bruce Harrell, how would you communicate with people on this? What, like a chain email? Mass text? Katie Wilson's getting people out there curing those ballots. Buy a TV ad. Yeah, exactly. Shane Benjamin's now too preoccupied with Dominican stuff. Yeah, Benjamin's currently en route to the Dominican Republic to plug their main breaker back in. So he can't be here to celebrate with us. That's fucking awesome. That's I can't believe it, man. Seattle's got a bright future ahead of it, hopefully. Hopefully. Annexation of Bellevue is on the table. These are the final numbers? No, there will be a recount and the numbers will be adjusted. But there's no realistic alteration to the numbers that can happen that will change the fact that Katie Wilson is in the lead. I can't believe it, man. Holy shit. Does this mean Seattle will now be queer? I mean, possibly more so than before. I mean, it's already pretty... Finally, a Seattle for gays. Exactly. 100%. We're so fucking back. Yeah, Katie Wilson's been advocating for ballot curing, you know, because there's always, in every election, there are ballots that are ineligible because of how they were filled out. It's actually very common. I think sometimes the rate, it's as many as like a quarter of the ballots don't get counted. It depends on the election, but yeah, it's not going to change the outcome here. Fuck yeah, man. This erases the Senate vote last night, right? In my heart. We mattered. Yeah, no. I look forward to I mean, I hope that Katie Wilson is ready to start getting national attention, you know? People have been quiet up until now in large part because Seattle's already deep blue. And also it's not like a hotly contested race. Though let's be real, if Katie Wilson was like a Somali lady, probably would have gotten a lot more attention from the right.
This just coming in within just the last 2 minutes. We have new election results just dropping.
This is from last drop, by the way, not from this drop.
There is a new leader in the race for Seattle mayor. King 5's Bridget Chavez is tracking all of this in real time. Bridget, how close is this race?
Jessica, new results show progressive candidate Katie Wilson has pulled ahead of incumbent Bruce Harrell. Right now, Wilson is leading by just 91 votes. On Friday, Harrell was leading by 4,300 votes, so she picked up a lot in this new drop. Late last week, Wilson started gaining on Harrell after he had a strong lead on election night. King County Elections told us Friday there were about 45,000 ballots left to be counted here in Seattle. Now,
as I said, it's older now. Wow, we already got a Daily Mail article. Look at that. 1.1 thousand comments. Millennial socialist who still lives off parents' money is set to become next Seattle mayor. God bless. Critics have called Wilson privileged and out of touch as the 43-year-old candidate regularly receives checks from her professor parents to pay for childcare. How is that like genuine question? How the fuck? That doesn't even make any sense. She's been so busy campaigning that she's gotten a little help for daycare costs for her newborn. Like, how is that? Huh. I didn't know Bruce Harrell ever did a photo op with Kamala Harris. She's been on it for a while. Also, I know this corner. Everyone in Seattle does. I don't know. It's really good news, guys. Well. Let's get to a natural stopping point, huh? Cool, cool. Slopping boy.
Wanna go for a ride? Apparently, that was where people went on dates, you know? What do you think happened in those cabins?
Lady.
No, actually, my guess is this was Expedition 50. You see, they created this giant wheel, and they tried to cross the world.
Okay, Professor.
Mes amis, Florey's close. I can feel it.
Come on, you can fly. Can't you get Flurry yourself?
Oh no, too much effort.
Oh. Okay.
So, wait. SKA is that powerful?
Apparently
Did the numbers
so,
drop yet?
But also lazy.
Yeah, there was a big turnaround, Benjamin.
All right, let's
Bruce
go.
Harrell pulled it out in the last... The
What a
final
weird
voter
creature.
drop was 64% in favor of Bruce Harrell. It's over. How's the Dominican Republic doing, Ben? Okay, let's not overdo it with the slop stuff. We have to use this stuff selectively, okay? If we could all giggle about it every time there's expositional dialogue that explains nothing because everyone keeps key details to themselves and talks in a way that nobody would realistically talk in, that's the... We need to be pointed with it, you know what I mean?
What have we here?
I was never going to get you guys to agree with what I said. Do I want to stop here? I kind of do. I've got a lot of stuff that I need to do today, to be honest. Folks, I apologize for my deception. I'm afraid I'm going to have to read the donos tomorrow because I hate you. I hate you. I hate you, and I have to read the donos tomorrow because I hate you. I hate you. But I will see you tomorrow, and I'll just have to find a way to make it up to you. So, everyone, please take care and celebrate the victory over here in Seattle. I mean, maybe you don't live in Seattle. Check Discord Everstein. You're not the boss of me. Maybe you're not, you know, a resident here in Seattle, but you can still celebrate, you know, on our behalf. Everyone, take care, and I will see you soon.